important points you highlighted there, and so many words were being dished out there saying that, this is a point when we should be celebrating democracy, but now it looks as though lamentations are going on at the moment. Representatives of those three parties were saying that what it looks like is as though they're monitoring the dismay and travesty of democracy by INEC, and those were their words.
That's right. So, Mr. Shobowale, we have you in the building. I think there's so many pertinent questions from this particular press briefing, so many things to take away. I think I'll start from the end, where there was another call, another plea for President Muhammadu Buhari to intervene. What are the powers of the president constitutionally to involve in an ongoing election?
The president is a lame duck president. He's not supposed to intervene or interfere with the election. That's why he has set up a transition team to manage his departure and the evolution of a new government. So calling on the president is to ask the president to indulge in an illegality, and they should know better. If the president, even on his own, intervenes, you see these same parties that will come out and criticize him for intervening illegally in the election. So it's an extravagant call that has no meaning and it's not constitutional.
But Mr. Shobowale,
yes.
To be honest, if after listening to them and they said they had tried to engage the INEC chairman, on at various times during the interlude, and then he was, more or less being not unresponsive, and now they're seeing the process being, going against the provisions of the Electoral Act according to them. What exactly would if the call being made to the INEC chairman is being relatively ignored according to what they're saying, then isn't this probably an option worth exploring?
They did not go to see the INEC chairman in secret. They spoke to him before our eyes.
No, but he's one of the party representatives.
He responded. The INEC chairman said the power that he has is that the process must be concluded before he can do the review they're asking for. So they are jumping the gun. Why don't they have the patience and generosity of mind to trust the INEC chairman that he will follow through on his say?
What they cited, Mr. Shobowale, yes. So what they cited was they were going by the provisions of the Act, yes. And that as agents they are supposed to be able to challenge what they see, as opposed to just sitting back and letting what they perceive as not transparent play out.
But they see the INEC chairman was very, very polite the way he handled the observations. In fact, with Dino Melano, if you were there, he was shouting at the top of his voice, and at the stage, the INEC chairman said, "You are getting disruptive. You are getting." Did he just dismiss them? He never knew. They didn't do as if they would call for a dissolution of, or a dismissal of the entire electoral process. They didn't have that frame of mind. They didn't show as if they have that frame of mind. So they are the one who are trying to create a surprise.
But Mr. Shobowale, I have to point out, yes. What was said during the press conference was that yes. They engaged the INEC chairman during the interlude, and that he was not responsive. Hence, he reluctantly allowed them to say what they had to say, what we watched yesterday. So it looks like a lot has played out in the background. And let's not forget that one of the things that you mentioned during your analysis earlier on was that he seemed a bit complacent. So it doesn't really sound surprising based on the fact that we haven't seen the INEC chairman address Nigerians since the launch of the Collation Center, based on all the issues that have been outlined.
But he's seeing a process through. Put yourself in this position. He's seeing a process through. What they are complaining about is that process should not even have happened if the technology had worked well. And by now, the result would have been floating in the air and everybody will know what is happening. But they participated in the process. This is not the first time we'll have this sort of process in Nigeria. The Electoral Act made it mandatory that we should vote electronically. But what they seem to have done was what happened when the banks computerized and people put the manual system, the mechanized system in the computer. And of course, that should not shorten the time. There will not be speedy delivery. That is what is happening in Nigeria. It's not a strange thing.
Mr. Shobowale, thank you so much for your insights today and your analysis. Always valuable to us here. Rise News analyst Dayo Shobowale, thank you so much. We now take you to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where a Rise correspondent, Mary Chinda, is standing by to give us a situation report. Hello, Mary. Lead us into your situation in your location. Where are you and what's happening there?
Okay, so I am at the INEC Collation Center for the in the FCT, where the results for the senatorial elections is being expected. I mean, it's been a couple of days from the beginning of the collation till now. But now, out of the 6 area councils in the FCT, 5 of these results have been picked up from the area councils but have not been announced. Now that's because the AMAC area council result is still being awaited. Now I am saying this to dispel some of the information or the news out there that the result has been announced. According to the INEC officials who've spoken to Arise News, no result has been announced for the senatorial seat, and that's because they cannot announce, just 5, out of the 6. They have to wait to get the last one, which is remaining, and that is AMAC local government. Result from AMAC area council. Now the result from the Buari area council has been received. Kwali area council has been received. Gwagwalada area council, Kuje, and of course Abaji. And AMAC is the only result that is, being awaited here. Journalists have been here since about 11 a.m. and this is what the hall now looks like. It's just a presence of security men. No one actually in sight, except for just a few of this INEC officials who are right over there, and they're waiting for the results to coming. So we do not know exactly when we're going to reconvene here again to be told what the actual results are.
Right, Mary Chinda, thank you so much for giving us the latest updates.
Of course, we'll stand by.
Great stuff. We'll be hoping to get a whole lot more from you. Thank you so much, Mary. All right, so the conversation is ongoing. We do want to correct something, though. What Mr. Ayu, the chair of the PDP, said, this thing on social media that's been floating around that somehow the APC and LP votes from Gombe and Bauchi states are similar is not true. So we just want to put that out there. As far as the figures from INEC, the votes for the APC and the LP
to deny that. It felt good to see people putting aside their own conference as DC, the Labour Party and the PDP. It was also made out by 9 political parties yesterday, and 9 is significant. So it was, for me, even though that data was, might have been a mistake or an error, it was just wonderful to see that unity.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Nigerian spirit prevails in all of it. We're going to take a very quick breather, but don't you move. When we return, our Nigeria Decides 2023 coverage continues.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years. From loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Nigerians, the 2023 Nigeria General Elections is here. Ensure that you have your PVC and locate your polling unit as you set out to vote. At your polling unit, queue and present your PVC for accreditation by INEC. On receipt of the ballot paper, vote discreetly for the candidate of your choice. Remember, there are standards of behavior required of voters on election day, and violators may be arrested. No buying and selling of votes, no intimidation or coercion of voters, no canvassing for votes, shouting of party slogans, or display of party symbols at polling units. Nigerians, the time has come to exercise your franchise. Turn out in full and cast your vote for the candidate of your choice. This message is brought to you by Policy and Legal Advocacy Centre, PLAC, with support from the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
This our landlord and his wives happy fight for Africa, sha. Chai.
No mind the man. With that in nose like our Market Square Junction.
Hey, whoa.
Una don't start this now gossiping again, Abi. Okay. Una mates there Akamata Community Square. They sell their votes to politicians for cool 5K. Una sit down here, the mumu una safe. It's all right.
Omo, make we sef go collect our own cash.
Collect waiting. God forbid. So you want to sell the next 4 years of your life for 5K, Abi? Well done. You sabi say this 5K now 4 naira per day for the next 4 years. Make una get sense now. Haba.
Na nonsense in they talk. Make month end the rich, make una no pay me my rent. Na that time I go see fire. Hey, make una know they listen to people like this landlord. Election no be business. Now your civic duty to your country to help elect the correct leaders them. We go fit create better life for us and no go get future for our children. Make you no sell your vote. Cause if you sell your vote, now your future you don't sell be that. This message now from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Welcome back to the Nigeria Decides 2023 as political correspondent Victor Okai joins us now in the studio. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. It's all happening. I don't know where to begin. The press conference that we just saw from the opposition parties. What do you make of what's come out of there?
I'll start with the first press conference, the one that was held before now. I remember I said it was preemptive.
Yes.
And if that was preemptive, then obviously this one is, I don't know how to put it again, but what they're trying to do right now is checkmate the process. You know, the results they already have, I have a feeling that they're privy to certain information and they need to act very quickly. Whatever that information means and whatever it represents, we may not know until later. Figures are being bandied. Of course, we know that only INEC has a right to, but figures are being bandied right now, and insinuations are being made as to whether these figures were cooked because of similarities and all that. I think that this might hit up the polity a bit. We have to be very careful as we see the figures. But more importantly, I think that what they're doing is putting INEC
in a corner.
I would say the corner, putting it on the, what's that expression, on your toes?
Pressure.
No, on your toes. How do you put them on their toes?
Okay.
I don't know if that's the right expression now. The reason is that it's when you begin to do that, it's also a strategy. You know, when you begin to do that, then you are put on the defense. So you're no longer on the offensive, you're now on the defense. So you're constantly trying to make sure that, you know, because with that INEC has to fight back by bringing more accurate figures if the figures are not correct, because the pressure is being mounted right now on them by the general public. So they're setting an agenda and they're, you know, beginning to shape public opinion by what is happening. So that itself could be a strategy. And I think the reason INEC is largely responsible for this. The reason is that there was an inconsistency between the promise that the chairman made before the election and what we're seeing right now. BVAS was supposed to be the game changer. It should, by in and of itself, it's a game changer. But the manipulation and the excuses that have come with it, and these excuses for me, I do not, personally, I don't buy them at all. The reason is that INEC has been funded without questions. If there's any spoiled baby in terms of budget and release of funds, it's INEC. Whatever they ask for, they get, so there's no excuse. And so for them to come at this stage and begin to tell us about malfunctions and all of that, I, as a person, I will not buy into it. So what is happening right now is piling a lot of pressure on INEC to do what it's supposed to do. The former president, we will come to that later, Olusegun Obasanjo, came out to speak yesterday. A lot of people are expressing concern. And what this is doing is creating some sort of public vote of no confidence on INEC as a body. And if you are in a position where you have to be, and like in this case, a judge, you know, they're the referees for this, INEC is the referee for this contest. If there is no confidence in you, if there's a vote of no confidence on you, then you have to recuse yourself from it. And that's what these parties are asking the INEC chairman to do.
And those were very, that was a very powerful statement that was made as well. You know, when they said that the integrity of the current chairman is in question and should probably step aside for another, since the process has basically been, it looks like it's a case of vote. In the words of Dino Malai, he says what's happening now is not vote collation, but vote allocation.
Yes.
You know, those were heavy, but are they, I'm just wondering, are they stepping out of line in any way? Because according to them, they're challenging the process. I'm taking these words verbatim, they're challenging the process because it violates the law and provisions of the Electoral Act. INEC has violated provisions and they don't want to wait because the Electoral Act makes provisions for them to challenge the results as they're being presented to the public. So for those that are saying that they're not trusting the process, is the process even trustworthy?
Ordinarily, it should be. I mean, it's the only body we have for now to conduct elections. But what has happened is is simply this. INEC opened itself up. When its chairman was saying, or even at the state level, when you raise an objection, then they said, okay, wait and go to the court. The judiciary is the last hope for all of us. But even the judiciary has been less than stellar in its performance, especially in relation to electoral matters. There have been so many cases, I don't want to mention any here, but we do know that some abracadabra have happened. I mean, but if they decide, then it's final. They're like gods here. So that's why if you can't get it in the court, in the normal court, you go to the court of public opinion, you know, and perhaps it might influence things. So what has happened is that by the very action or inaction to the actions of the parties, with their complaints and all that, these parties no longer have confidence that, and they don't want to wait. If things can be addressed before, I mean, while we're still collating figures and at the point where they should be addressed, if these things can be addressed, they don't want to wait to get to the court.
Victor Kai, we have to interrupt you this very moment as we have to cross over to Abuja, where Festus Okoye is making an address.
Because we have almost 7 state collation officers for the presidential election around. We have around 4 of them that have landed at the airport and are on their way to the National Collation Center. And then we have around 5 that are already airborne. So we have decided as a commission to have a substantial number of the state collation officers for the presidential election so that the moment we begin the collation, we can just go on a stretch and take a substantial number of those who have arrived. We just don't want to take 3 or 4 and then go on break and then come out and begin to take the rest. We just want to begin and go very, very far before we talk of any break. So I plead with you to still give us some time. We are definitely going to come out at 3:30 p.m. To begin the collation. Around 5 of them are ready, and as I was speaking now, I saw the resident electoral commissioner for Kogi State and the scope for Kogi State arrive. So most of them are just arriving. We are expecting Plateau. Anambra has gone to the airport, and so many of them are already on their way. So I crave your indulgence to give us up to 3:30 p.m. Before we resume a collation. Thank you so much.
Heard live from Abuja, we've just heard from Festus Okoye, the National Commission of Information of INEC, who is pleading to the public to kindly exercise patience as they have postponed the commencement of today's collation activities until 3:30, as he mentioned that there are a number of state collation officers who have just landed on the tarmac at the airport in Abuja. So as opposed to getting started with just a few who are present and taking another break and returning, they'd like to take one long stretch. And he has assured us that the National Collation Center will resume at 3:30. More delays, more delays, more delays. We're getting used to this, aren't we?
Well, in this case, he explained why the delay. So I guess it's okay. Instead of taking them one and then you go on another break, and then it can be a bit tiring. It might be good though for what we're doing. You know what I mean? So that in between we go there and come back and then probably do an analysis of you know,
Dr. Victor, can I just butt in while you're to just add this to what you're saying? You know, it's good to see communication. And like you said, you know, this makes everybody feel comfortable. It gives us a sense of peace that, okay, now they're letting us in the loop. I remember yesterday, Ambassador Mark Green, he's the head of the US Observers Mission, said, you don't need to have solutions and answers all the time. Sometimes just share what you're going through and put people at ease. Do you think that this is a sign of what you were talking about earlier, that INEC is listening to the pressure that they're being put under and are now starting to respond and act accordingly? Might we see some other reparatory behavior from them?
Okay. Now, let me put it this way. There's a reason the media is referred to as the fourth estate of the realm. You might not get the benefits of election and appointment in government and all that, but for democracy to work, the media has a part to play. Set agenda, and sometimes you also, what's the other role again? I'm trying to remember now, but whatever it is. So with what is happening right now, ordinarily without the media, people would not know what is happening. Why did they call a press conference? Why is it a press conference? Why didn't they just talk to their immediate community and all that? They have done that in order to be able to put pressure. And so we, and I say so as well here, as media, are putting them on their toes so that they can do the right thing. So the role is to make sure that those in government, it's a watchdog role, to say, Big Brother is watching you. The world is watching you. That thing that you're doing, you better correct yourself, or else the court of public opinion will rise up against you. And everyone is mindful. Perception is even stronger than reality in most cases. The implications of, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, certainly.
So you have to, okay.
Yeah, the matter of perception, I'm sorry, I want to go back to the press conference again, and for the opposition parties, so PDP, LP, ADC, and so on. Mr. Ayu, the chair
of PDP.
Of PDP. Prior you were saying that we have to be careful not to heat up the polity.
Yes.
He said in that press conference that it may get to a point where, quote, we cannot control our party members or our followers. And I mean, is that a responsible thing to be saying at this point? Because it almost sounds like a veiled threat towards.
I was going to use the language. It's a subtle threat. It's veiled.
Yeah.
It's veiled. Yeah. It's like bending. Unfortunately, like I said, INEC called for it. Because you see, if there have been times in this country where people have seen the electoral body as being almost like the voice, I won't say of the people, but for the people.
Right.
You know, they have said, they have had confidence in those in charge and said, wow, you know, they're doing the right thing.
Like the Jega era, right?
Yes,
right,
yes,
right,
yes.
yeah.
So, and then they feel, okay, look, don't hound this way. Even at some of the state levels, you find a situation where if there's harassment, they say, no, this guy is doing his job. Because they will see, permit me to mention a name now, a name that inspires confidence. Igini, Mike, for instance.
Okay.
Wherever he goes, he inspires confidence by virtue of his conduct over the years, you know? And so if you've been consistent and people can see in you integrity, it doesn't matter whether the opposition may not like you, but they will respect you.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
Because you are a voice for the people, not all, you understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
So, and that's what I expect, even at the very top. So that wherever you go, people may not like the fact that they lost, but they will respect you because you did your job. And they will respect you too, although they may try to manipulate you, but they won't get you. You will refuse to compromise. They may not like you only for that fact, because you refuse to compromise, but you will have their respect. That's what I expect. But there seems to be a deficit of that right now because of the way the entire process has been managed. I'm not indicting any individual or even talking about the institution, but the management of the process has eroded confidence, the confidence of the general public. And that's why you see things like what Ayu is saying now. You know, so he's dropping those subtle threats, you know, or veiled threats and all that. And it's really, the only thing they must be careful about is not to incite. But it gets to a point where, you know, if things are not addressed and be seen to be addressed, then, you know,
then things start getting
yes,
right.
Exactly.
Things start getting out of hand.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Victor. Now, when I saw that, you know, brief update from INEC, it didn't come across to me, and you could, you know, I stand corrected, but it came across as defiant to me, in the sense that there have been calls for the process, the collation process to...
Are you talking about Okoye's last?
Yes. It's, you know, he said that they were going to resume at 3:30. It shows that they're still going on with the collation process, even though there are calls for this to stop. You know, it's been boycotted and whatnot. So it doesn't necessarily appear as though the issues that have been raised are being addressed. Because one thing the chairman did say when that collation center was launched on, I believe it was on Sunday, he said that matters that need to be addressed will be done in a separate location. So collation is still going on business as usual. And now there are even calls for a whole new election to take place based on what we saw with that joint press conference with the three political parties. Just wondering how you know, fuse those two together.
No. INEC is doing the responsible thing, if you excuse my putting it that way.
Of course.
If they respond to any and every criticism, so stop the election, this, that, then obviously there'll be chaos, because you will see blackmail coming from all sides. The proper thing to do is what they're doing, carry on with the process, but also begin to address, or say if you have, whether they have an internal mechanism or they have someone, I mean, if they're going to set up a separate committee to deal with that, I think that should be going on while this process is going on. You cannot stop, because the results have been collated at the states, and they're coming to present them at the national level. And so Okoye, I don't think, was being defiant. What he was simply doing there was his job, which is communication. He's head of communication. That's what it is. Sorry, we were supposed to have started, but we have decided to shift it a bit. And the reason is we're expecting more people to come. We don't want these breaks, too many breaks in between. We won't take a long stretch of reports at, you know, as they come in. I think it is the proper thing to do, and I don't think there's anything wrong. What will be wrong is if they do not keep their promise of looking into the issues that have been raised, then there could be a problem. Then what IU and Co have talked about would then become a major issue. Because if you are brought, if you complain, you deserve to be heard, but also that issue has to be addressed because it represents the views of so many people.
Dr. Victor, thank you so much for that. We're going to come back to you, but let's get a feel for what's happening in the rest of the country currently. And on that note, returning officer for Rivers State presidential elections, Teddy Charles Adia, has adjourned the collation of the presidential result of Rivers State for alleged threat to life. Professor Adia, who is the Vice Chancellor of Federal University Otuoke, says he has received several calls and text messages from the public threatening to deal with him for alleged compromise. He says until the issues on the threat to his life are addressed, he will not continue. He called on all the security agencies to help protect his life. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police in charge of the presidential elections, CP Aderemi Adeoye, has condemned the threat to the life of the returning officer. Now, results from 21 out of 23 local government areas have been announced in the state.
I'm not involved in counting. I'm not involved in computation. Neither am I involved in validations of votes accruable to any political party. I carefully consider, therefore, I regret to observe that my life is being threatened because I've elected to serve a dear country and contribute my fair quota to the success of the ongoing election, which we all desire, wait for, and pray for successes. And by this address, I wish to alert security agencies, indeed the public, on the threat to my life, and to request for every necessary protection to enable me live and discharge my duties
and obligations freely. In the meantime, I wish to adjourn the collations of these presidential elections for Rivers State to enable the resident Electoral Commissioner, the REC, of Rivers State, and indeed INEC, to address the foregoing and put my roles as scope in Rivers State to the perspective in the public.
The Nigerian Police Force condemns those threats and those behind it in its entirety, without reservation. It is condemnable that what hitherto has played out on social media is not translating to real life, and it is affecting the whole of our national interests. It is ridiculous to say the professor kept us waiting for 2-3 hours, when in actual fact, his own life is under threat. None of your lives are being threatened. And if he did not turn up at all, there is no court to be charging to, because self-preservation is the first law of nature. If he doesn't feel safe, he won't turn up. And what is anyone going to do about it? And from the brief he gave, he mentioned a particular political party.
All right, the Director General of the Katsina State PDP, Atikuladi Campaign Organization, Mustapha Inuwa, is saying what transpired during the just concluded presidential and National Assembly elections is different from the initial assurances given by INEC in conducting credible elections. During a press conference in Katsina, Mustapha says, contrary to measures taken by President Muhammadu Buhari towards arresting issues relating to vote buying, billions of naira was used for inducing voters across the state.
You have supply of sensitive election material on time, beavers in some cases, result sheets in some cases. Here in Katsina in particular, up to 12 midnight, many of the polling units did not have result sheets. I know how personally I struggled talking to people to ensure these result sheets were. And in many places, they brought less number of ballot papers for particular constituencies. And thugs hijacked materials in many places across the state and so on. You find that the whole exercise, especially in the rural areas, was characterized by a lot of malpractices, intimidation, harassment, which really put a lot of question on the credibility of the election. You see, you come to see some of this result sheet, TPEX was used to change the results in Daura area, in Kuripi, Musawa, and so many places. We have Mr. President promised no vote buying. As a result, this new currency was introduced. He appealed to Nigerians to endure the suffering because it is for a better Nigeria. We all supported it. But in his own state, Katsina State, in his own locality, I believe even in Daura, that thing was done. Inducements was openly done. We said it here. The sum of 6.6 billion naira was approved and released for the purchase of rice, fertilizer, wrapper, including SEPA, to be used to induce voters. I believe it's an open secret. You have gone around, you have seen it yourself. This in Katsina becomes so clear, so obvious. Simple arithmetic. If you look at the votes, Katsina's state government was able to get for the presidential candidate, which is 482 votes as declared. Just forget about the amount of money Tinubu gave and other sources. Just take this 6.6 billion. People's money was taken, and each of these votes cost Katsina taxpayer 22,087,136.92. Each of these votes, 6.6 billion. It was alleged that Tinubu sent 11 billion. That doesn't concern us.
All right, Dr. Oka, what do you make of that? I mean, in all this conversation that we've had, somehow the vote buying, which remember the Naira redesign and all the Naira cash scarcity is also stuff over, that seems to have been swept under the table because the elections have taken over. But there's still, as has been alleged in Katsina, 6 billion, attributed to vote buying. So is that still a factor here?
It is a factor. We cannot pretend that money didn't change hands at certain levels. I certainly saw some videos. I remember a particular video where, I'm not going to mention names here,
of course.
where in one of the northern states, a candidate, money was given to like a youth leader or so, and then quite substantial, and the person was thanking them, and then he also gave to some of his followers and all that. So even before the Naira redesign, they had allocated money to quite a number of people, that given money to quite a number of people. And so, so that was always there.
Yeah.
But, what was prevented was at the very location.
Yeah.
What has simply happened, and I'll tell you this because I know of a few cases of some people who every election cycle build 3 to 4 houses, and I kid you not. Yes. Every election cycle, they position themselves well. They have the right story to sell to candidates. They're the ones who come and tell you I have 1 million youths behind me and all that. And I wonder, if you have 1 million youths behind you, you should be running for president.
Right,
you know what I
exactly.
mean? So, and then they manage, and they position themselves properly.
Wow.
They collect this money on behalf of people, and then, and then there are another category, the ones that specialize in getting crowds for, I mean, it's
for
a
rallies.
business.
Yeah,
yes,
for
rallies.
Yeah.
So it's a business. So, but what has simply happened here is that the money did not trickle down. It has been held now, at the very top. It's been held at the very top, So if you find a situation where the results didn't come out like it should, it's probably because it was stuck, at the very top. But yes, the concerns are genuine, but most of the parties are guilty.
Yeah.
Most of them are. And I read a report recently where they said, the parties were saved some trillions of naira because of the, the vote, because this is when they would have spent.
Right.
They would have spent. So the parties have been saved that, and many candidates, I dare say, have been saved that as well. But there are those who are hell-bent. It's in their character, it's in their nature. It's not about, for them, and this is why when they get in there, they don't care. They kick the ladder and they just continue with their lives. Every election cycle, first impoverish you so that you are at that stage where even if you're given 10 naira, you are very grateful.
Yeah.
And you say, okay, God bless you, or whatever the case is, or whatever. So that's what is happening or playing out here. Money, most of them, let me just use that, they allocated money and they have spent, they have tried to, but the only difference now is that the money is stuck somewhere. And unfortunately, there's not going to be any return to where it came from, and nothing will trickle down because it's all done and dusted.
The first thing I'd like to ask, I haven't done my research yet, but when I look, when that press conference happened with the ADC, the Labour Party, and the PDP, have we seen that? That it was history made today, where we saw coming together to ask for a similar objective?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, I think the last election had some sort of coalition. against the ruling party, 2019.
Yes.
But not, then it was more like, you know, the CUPP, the smaller parties more like were coming together. They did not really, you didn't see PDP taking the lead like this, and then the very strong parties. But so it's not exactly the first time it's happening, because CUPP, that's why I have what's called conference, is it conference of registered, I can't remember, but there's that conference of political parties. So it's always there. They are like the voice. They even have a chairman, you know? So they are the voice, they speak, and so that they've always spoken. But what has happened now is a situation where it's almost like going to be like a grand coalition against INEC, actually the ruling party, but the attack is on INEC, you know? So it's like leave the ruling party, put the hit on INEC, and so that's what's happening. And the reason they're doing that is, and to a large extent justifiably, is because they have been allegedly robbed at different places. So they are all feeling the pinch. So they have something in common, you know, and that's why they can come together and then want to put together a strong force. And remember, there was also a groundswell. I mean, in 2015, there was something similar too, when all the parties were united together to kick out PDP.
Yeah.
You understand?
That was historic.
Yes. So they were united by one common cause: kick out PDP at all costs. So history is repeating itself now. So they're coming together with the sole purpose of kicking out the ruling party.
I'm glad you're talking about history repeating itself. Rivers State, every election, unfortunately, is becoming that cousin, the troublesome cousin, who you come to know that when you invite this cousin to a party, chances are you have to make provisions for them because chances are they may not play according to the rules. What will it take for us to see a calm election in Rivers State? Time and time again, this is what we witness. What are the dynamics that need to shift for us to see peace prevail during elections in Rivers State? It's like a PhD question, isn't it?
You know what happens? You know, only ripe mangoes get stones thrown at it.
Okay, all right.
Rivers is a beautiful bride. The oil, it may not be the largest oil producer now, but all the oil companies are there. That's like the oil capital of Nigeria. There's so much money and so much. They have the population as well, voting population. You know, you talk about the tripod, if you ask me, for election is usually Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt. If you can win these three, then you're well on your way to electoral victory, especially at the national level. And so the heart and soul of every presidential election is in these three places, but especially Rivers. And the reason for Rivers is because, to a large extent, the other two are almost set. You know, you can be sure, until the recent upset, you can almost be sure where Lagos will go to. You can almost, depending on which candidate is in the ballot, is on the ballot sheet, you can almost predict where Kano will go to.
Exactly.
Rivers becomes a beautiful bride. Now, Rivers determines, you know, it's like they are the ones that, they determine which direction. They are like the, what do you call it now? In fact, they determine which direction, actually, the votes will swing, finally. And so it is not unexpected. That's why they will do anything to get it. That's why it was important for Atiku, but maybe he managed it well, maybe he didn't manage it well. In the end, it was like, well, whatever happens, happens. And that's why for Tinubu, it was very, very important that, you know, they get Rivers on their side. And I knew, when I knew that Wike will go that way, was when Wike went to donate 300 million of Rivers State people's hard-earned money to women, not even the government, women, wives of political appointees in Lagos. When I saw that, I said, oh, this is what everyone is talking about. That's where it's going. And so, to a large extent, Rivers is very, very critical because you can fill in numbers from there. Wherever you have a large voting population, you can manipulate, So if you even see a threat to life, then it therefore means that is the soul. That perhaps is going to be the soul of this election. The reason being that we can see all the others are already, as they say, cast, to use street lingo now. The other states are cast already. We already know where they are. But Rivers is a third leg in the tripod, and it will determine to a very large extent. Because they can, who was it that was saying off camera?
While you think about who it was that was saying that, we'll just take this quick story, Dr. Victor. Thank you so much. Now, Bayelsa State Collation Officer Professor Lillian Salami has announced the candidate of the People's Democratic Party as winner of the presidential election in the state. Atiku Abubakar polled 68,818 votes to defeat the presidential candidates of the Labour Party and the All Progressives Congress. Niger Delta correspondent Ovietime George has this report.
NNPP won 5.
One after the other, the local government collation officers announced results of the presidential election in Bayelsa State before the state collation officer, Professor Lillian Salami, gave the final figure.
Summary results for APC 42572, LP 49975, PDP 68818.
Dennis Otiotio of the All Progressives Congress and his People's Democratic Party counterpart, Talford Ongolo, are among representatives of the various political parties at the Collation Center.
In some local government, some results were collated, that is, elections were conducted in some places, the beavers were not used for accreditation, and then in some areas also, there are some places where, in APC strongholds, where election did not hold, because materials did not get to those areas.
Here in Bayelsa State, the people have clearly spoken that their preferred candidate to rule this country at this point in time is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. That's why we have emerged victorious. But we believe that there is need to improve the system. In terms of logistics,
Eneyi Zidoa of the Labour Party refused to sign the INEC results sheet.
Before we got here, I have my raw results from the various units and wards. And the results I have differ from what is being presented here. So my mandate, Labour Party mandate, is stolen. And that is the reason why I refuse to sign with other parties signing.
The feelers that we are getting is not encouraging to say that results can be uploaded. Areas where people should have stopped voting, people are still voting, and all kinds of issues that are arising. For me, I think that for those areas that there was violence, those areas should be cancelled and redone, where security agencies will protect the people in order for them to go and exercise their franchise.
There may be dissenting voices among the political parties. However, the consensus is that elections were peaceful in Bayelsa State. Ovietime George, Arise News.
Well, international election observers in Nigeria say lack of efficient planning, training of electoral officers, and technical hitches have decimated the trust of the Nigerian people in the entire process. Arise correspondent Georgina Ndukweze-Anyika has more details.
Collation and submission of results of Saturday's election from different states in Nigeria are being announced. International observers in Nigeria are also presenting preliminary findings on the conduct of the elections. For the European Union Election Observation Mission to Nigeria, the delay in uploading results to the INEC results viewing portal raises concern.
Abuse of incumbency by various political office holders distorted the playing field
and there were allegations widespread of vote buying.
The atmosphere on election day was relatively peaceful, but at the same time tense, largely due to organizational challenges, which among others caused significant delay in many of the polling units which we visited.
Another area of concern is the political inclusion of women, youths, and people living with disabilities. They say women account for only 10% of the candidates, and that goes against international treaties signed by Nigeria.
Party primaries were affected by a lack of transparency and inclusiveness, with notable very low participation of women and youth. The lack of legal measures for inclusion and barriers is of concern.
On the basis of our observation, promises of facilitating the voting of people with disabilities were not fulfilled.
Serious concerns were also raised by the observation mission of the International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute. Leader of the delegation and former president of Malawi says a lot still needs to be done as regards women participation in Nigeria's political space.
It is disappointing that women's political participation continues to decrease when Nigerian women are shining in all other social and economic sectors, both at home and globally. This concerns me.
The delegation also called for an audit of the voters' register to remove underage voters.
We urge INEC to take comprehensive measures to reduce the burden on voters to register and collect their PVC, including extension of timelines, increasing the number of distribution centers, employing mobile units for that distribution.
In order to increase transparency and to build confidence in the results, the delegation recommends INEC to ensure result images are updated to its result viewing portal immediately as they are received.
Besides the challenges faced during the electoral process, pockets of violence and voter suppression shows that political leaders have failed to abide by the peace accord signed before the elections.
There was intimidation going on and that it was intended to suppress voter turnout, and that's a very serious issue, and it falls well short of the standards that Nigeria sets itself. But there should be very clear pathways to prosecution for those who carried this out.
Political actors should fully adhere to their peace accord commitments, including seeking redress of electoral complaints that may arise through proper legal channels and abide by the outcomes of judicial proceedings.
The international observers say they will continue to watch the process, including the announcement of results and the swearing in of newly elected officials. Georgina Ndukwezainka, Arise News.
Okay, we now join the live coverage of the APC Presidential Campaign Council press conference holding in Abuja on the conduct of the February 25th presidential and National Assembly elections in Nigeria. Let's take a look.
Honorably, this election has already been won by our candidate according to the results declared at the collation centers in the state. In 2015, President Jonathan did not wait for INEC to finish collation before he called President Buhari and congratulated him in the true spirit of democracy and sportsmanship. We urge Atiku Abubakar and Obi to follow the same path of honor instead of attempting to hit up the polity via the reckless statements by surrogates. Let Atiku and Obi do the needful, do the decent thing, and save Nigeria any agony by calling Tinubu now and conceding defeat. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I want to play you the tape. If your cameras can zoom in on this in my hand, so you see the visual clearly and the video of it. I'm increasing the volume. Here goes.
Back in 2007, it is said that you actually said that that election would be a do or die election. No. I said for my party, for your party, for my party.
But they can see.
The PDP election. But of course, you know that it's about that election. Far from being fair. Now, that was fair. Yes, oh yes. Look, there is no election we have had in Nigeria that has not been disputed. The election was disputed, all right. But the election reflected the will of the people of Nigeria. And my party had 28 governors. If you had to say it again, you think that 28 out of 36 governors, where you have one of the contestants had probably 5 governors. One hadn't got any governor at all. Campaign, work for their own party, and you think that my party will lose? You know, it has been actually said that it is true that Nigeria, at least on paper, is a multi-party system. Yes. But in reality, it is a one-party state. PDP controls almost everything. So what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? If the people of Nigeria decide to vote for PDP, should PDP go to them and say, please, in a free and fair election? Yes. That is also verified by the international observers. Yes. But not the last election in 2006. Don't vote. In the last 18 months, I have observed the election in South Africa and in Togo. Yes. And if you have gone by what the so-called international, those elections will have been declared not acceptable. And this morning I have only commented on the election in Sudan. Well, now, one minute to go. Now, Shaka. Yes. What is important is that any election should reflect the will of the people. In this country, in America, it didn't have a in 2000 in Florida, it didn't happen. The British told me that, in fact, in their own election, they got dead people voting.
It's okay. Gentlemen, you've heard and seen it all. If you like, I can see. That is General Obasanjo telling us no election is perfect anywhere in the world, and that the US, the British, and others, they told him that they even had dead bodies' names on their ballots, and yet those elections were not cancelled. And this is the same man now moralizing and pontificating, huffing and puffing that elections should be cancelled. You can see sheer selfishness there because his candidate is losing. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, quickly, we also want to just quickly comment on the joint press conference held about an hour ago or 2 hours ago by the PDP, the Labour Party, and I think the ADC, if I'm right. We prepared this statement before that press conference, so we just the demand, especially the demand they made at that press conference. So I want to take just 2 minutes or 3 minutes to respond to those demands. The national chairman of all the parties, the 3 parties were there, and they have made 3 demands, 2 or 3 demands. And they have called for a total cancellation of the electoral process, of the whole election. 2, called for Mahmood, the chairman of INEC, to step aside and that they have no faith in him again to conduct any election, and any other person within the commission should take over. And they called for an intervention of President Muhammadu Buhari in the process. They're actually calling for the president to intervene, to interfere with the process, and do their bidding. Because of time, respond to those demands. First of all, those demands are not possible under the law. The national chairman of INEC, seated at the National Collation Center, is the national returning officer for that purpose. And if you look at the provisions of the Electoral Act, At every point of the collation process, the officer who makes that return at the unit level, the ward level, it is final for that purpose. I repeat, any officer at every level of the collation process, look at section 45 of the Electoral down to about 70 or so, which itemizes how those results are collated. So once a unit officer makes a return, for instance, under the old Electoral Act, when there's a complaint at a unit level, the unit officer, can take all his complaint to the ward level and then make his complaint. And then at a higher level, they will review what has happened and make a decision at the higher level, at the ward level or the local government level. But under the new Electoral Act, and I think my elder brother at the bar, Chief Olanikbeku, made that, point 1 month before the election that it is a dangerous provision of the law that now the returning officer is final for that purpose. So just quickly, the unit officers who made the return and appended their signature on forms E8 is, so the ward officers, that's final, local government officers, final, state returning officers, final, the recs. And then when it comes to the National Collation Center, the national chairman has national returning officer, which national chairman, has no powers under the law to review what all those returning officers have done. All your complaints should have been resolved at that level. If the national chairman at the National Collation Center now attempts to say, now I want to review what happened in this ward or local government, he's constituting himself into a tribunal. Once a return has been made, it is only an election tribunal that can interfere with that return. And lastly, for the second one is that the process as it is now must be completed in law before you can even look at any complaints. You cannot complain about a process, about election results that have not been released, have not been announced. So they want the national chairman to inquire into results that he has not received and declared. And that is not the provisions, that is completely at variance with the Electoral Act. So it's just to tell Nigerians, because of time, we are live on air, to tell Nigerians that these requests are not possible under the law. In fact, they are asking for illegal requests for their own purpose. And they are going to continue to search for an INEC chairman until they see one who can return them as president of Nigeria. That is what they're asking for, really.
Gentlemen, we have 1 minute for Femi, and then another minute for Kazim there, and then we'll go into questions. Yes. Yeah.
Gentlemen, let me do this, we have to recognize what is going on for what it is, so we shouldn't mince words. There are clear remedies for people that believe the election has not been conducted in the right way, and the remedy is to go to court after the announcement. What these people are trying to do is to abort the democratic process. What they're doing is close to being treasonous. And what they're doing is totally unacceptable by any standard at all. As far as I'm concerned, this was contrived. They knew they were going to lose. We spoke a few weeks back about the whole idea and conspiracy to come up with some kind of ING, which is really what they want, knowing they cannot defeat our party and our candidate. And we're seeing this, unfolding before our very eyes. So Nigerians need to understand it for what it is. When they gather together, like three blind mice, like they did today earlier, talking about aborting the process, aborting a democratic process, removing an INEC chairman because you're not winning, and then President Obasanjo, and it hurts me to have to say this, will come and add his voice to the whole idea of aborting a democratic process. These are not Democrats, these are tyrants. These are people that cannot accept the whole idea of losing an election. They're not man enough, they're not strong enough. If there's a problem, go to court afterwards. That's how civilized people behave. You don't gather yourself together and say, because my candidate is losing, because my party is losing, because we are losing everywhere, or we've lost, and we've seen our aspirations melting like an iceberg approaching the tropics, that will scatter everything and set Nigeria back. This election will be defended once the announcement has been made that our candidate has won. This is something that we said yesterday, we're saying it again now. They should not try to abort the process, otherwise there will be consequences in this country, because we will not allow another June 12th. By God's grace, this democracy will stand. And shame on them for what they're trying to do.
So thank you.
Let me stand. Mine is just going to be a pause.
No, let him talk from this.
Go on.
Mine is just a call of the security agencies. Atiku Abubakar's uncultured Rottweilers,
yes,
who are trying to Dino Melaye and others should understand that it's not all the time that you display your Agberoism, motor park mentality. This is Nigeria. Yes, preparations were made. Billions of naira were spent.
Absolutely.
If candidates of APC, PDP, and others are losing in their strongholds, Lagos, Katsina, Kebbi, and other places, how much do you want to see of a credible election where even governors, sitting governors, are losing elections to go to Senate? If PDP were to be leading and to be winning, we just take the walkout.
Exactly.
If they were to be leading and winning, we get pulled out of this whole process. Would they be doing press conference? If Labour were to be winning, would they also pull out? I also want to advise Peter Obi not to hide under the cover of PDP. Yes. They will send him.
Yes.
He still have a better future. Yeah. They will send him because if they were reasonable and strategic, like Ashwaji Bola Tinubu, they would have paired up together. Obi will have been the candidate, that people have been the running mates. The whole process would have been different. But they wanted to go their separate ways. Like wanting to see a positive outcome. Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu was and is the candidate of Nigeria and Nigerians in this election. Yes, he's not an ethnic candidate. He lost in Osun, he lost in Lagos.
Yes.
This election on. And let's be reminded that nobody has monopoly of rascality.
That's right.
Rascality
That's
and
right.
other. You know that when there's crisis in the marketplace, as elders, they will naturally look at what the problem is and rein in everybody. But behaving irresponsibly at his age and stature in Africa and West Africa, I am surprised and shocked that he will come out to utter those kind of very unfortunate words. So my appeal is to all APC followers who gave the mandate that will soon be announced to Ahmed Bola Tinubu to remain calm and peaceful. When there's madness in the marketplace, there are those who will still recollect their senses and rein in everybody so that it will be peace and tranquility. This democracy must stand.
Yes.
It must not be truncated. Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu was in the front line of those who labor in the trenches to best this democracy. He ran the world inside, fought over there, radio Kudurat, radio this, Nadeko that, to gain when all these characters were in bed with the military oligarchy. And so, if it is now his turn to preside over this country as a democratically elected president through popular votes, and some of these characters, desperados, want to truncate the process, we will meet them eyeball to eyeball.
Eyeball to eyeball. Eyeball to eyeball. That's okay.
Thank you.
Eyeball.
Thank you, Kazim. Men of the press, you've heard my colleagues, and you have heard, you have heard the submissions. Now, the kernel, the cancellation of this process, or the results or otherwise, is calling for the abortion of democracy in Nigeria. And Nigerians are not ready to abort this process. To those who are whipping up the youths, the ill-informed section of the youth, those who are whipping them up, should remember that the youths who never went through the crucibles of democratic struggle, who have not seen wars, who do not know the tragedy of war, of insurrection, of destabilization on a national scale, should be well aware that Nigerians are not ready to go through that ruinous path again. Them who have ears, let them hear. Nigerians want the stability and political progress of this country through democracy, not through the jackboots of militarism. Never again. Those who are calling for the abortion, you can all see they are not true Democrats. Only true Democrats deserve the joy of victory. If you do not or cannot absorb the shock of defeat, you do not deserve the joy of victory.
Absolutely.
And our candidate has honorably accepted defeat in his own base of Lagos. Let others, PDP, the LP, and any other, let them also imbibe the same spirit of true Democrats and sportsmanship. Thank you, gentlemen. Questions?
Sorry, sir. Before questions,
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon. Just very, very quickly, I want to adopt everything.
Please.
Good afternoon. I just want to adopt everything that my colleagues have said and piggyback on some of them. Listen, I want to appeal to the more to those that have common sense out there. I do understand that, you know, elections are a very emotional sort of process where you get very, very involved. So it's understandable that some people this part of the divide may that we understand that we're living in a democracy, and you know, election is a game of numbers, and we have gone through a process. I don't think Nigerians have ever gone through a freer and fairer process. The president went out of his way to put in policies that even were affecting us freely, and this is what has happened. And at the end of the day, only one person is going to win. And if that person who wins is the one who Section 134, then so be it. We know that today, if it wasn't Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu that was able to pass that threshold, we will accept it because we are Democrats. So I appeal to everyone out there to please think about Nigeria. This is a watershed moment. This is our future. Do not allow people, like my colleague said, that are trying to rile up emotions. This is about your future. Nigeria has spoken. We will allow this process to play out. Rally together, because we must live in this country as one, as a united country, and this is what we are committed to doing, is what Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to doing, and I thank you all for appealing to your conscience in this affair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's have questions. Let's have questions. Questions, please. Yes.
Yes, sir. My name is Lucky Sawood. I work for Channels Television. You appear so confident of winning this.
We have won.
We've won. 1.5 million ahead. Right?
Yes, sir. While waiting for the official announcement, should there be a rerun? How prepared?
There won't be a rerun
before we
now.
announce.
Let me explain. Please let me explain to you. Wait, please let me explain to you. He has raised an issue, and there could be others like him who will wish to be enlightened. Now, why there can't be a rerun, there is a constitutional stipulation, guiding, please, there are regulations guiding this process. Now, For you to become elected or declare the winner, you must have a majority vote overall, nationally. Plurality. Yes. And you must you must have the threshold of 25%, scoring 25% in at least 24 states, right? So where there is a clear winner or a candidate that has crossed that threshold in minimum of 24 states and have the overall majority vote, there is no issue of rerun at all. Yeah. And that's the situation we have on our hands.
I've also seen some ignorant comments online saying that 24 states and Abuja. No, what it means is that you will calculate 2/3 of 37. So the 36 states and Abuja is a block, and then you now calculate 2/3 of that 37. That's what it means.
And the Constitution is so clear.
Very, very clear.
Yes, please.
Very clear.
Next question, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a chance. The PCC SARS.
Where do you experience?
I am from the authority newspaper, sir. Citing the Obasanjo's interview in 2007 that you have just played.
Yeah.
Where he said there is no perfect election.
Yeah.
Are you therefore admitting that there are flaws in this election that must be taken on board?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Again, for your enlightenment and whoever thinks like that. This is a human conduct.
Exactly.
You yourself, that reporter, are you perfect? You are not. So therefore, any human conduct organization, even a nation, is not perfect. So Obasanjo was only saying the obvious. And we sat here, and he himself admitted to it. The beneficiary of his own election that he conducted in 2007, the late Umaru Yar'Adua, admitted openly, publicly, that the election that Obasanjo conducted, which brought him into the presidency, was flawed. And he went ahead to do what true Democrats would do, to institute a procedure for electoral reform. That's what is done in decent societies. When you see glitches or errors here,
Dr. Victor, you watched, you listened. What's your take on this, everything you just heard?
If I didn't see it coming, I'd be lying. But I'm also worried. Like a game of ping pong. It's going back and forth right now. I don't see an end in sight. And what bothers me the most is the fact that it's like if you're watching football, the two teams are evenly matched with their supporters. As you go back and forth, you score me, I score you, score me, I score you, the tension tends to rise and gets, the way they're going, I hope they do not throw. They have now said, look, anyone calling for an abortion of this democracies, So what is happening now is that what they are afraid of, I hope it doesn't come to pass. Because there's a level it will get to. If they don't act responsibly and maturely, in one breath, I hear, we will dissolve you and in another breath, we're asking our supporters to be calm. I don't think I can say the two in one breath. Right. It's difficult because we're inflaming both sides. No one is exonerated. They're both inflaming their followers and at the same time trying to act responsibly or act like they're responsible.
Okay, Dr. Victor, we've just gotten the audio back, so let's listen in as Dele Alake takes more questions from the press.
Perfect here and there. Only God is perfect. But when you recognize or identify an error somewhere in the process, you fix it, you correct it, you do not abort the entire process and the aspirations.
What is always the issue in electoral jurisprudence is whether whatever you have noticed that took place, whether it is substantial enough to affect the general election. So if you have, for example, 176,000 polling units, if you observe anomalies in collectively 10 units, would that affect the result in 176,000 polling units? That's the question. Exactly. It's about the substantial, whether it affects it substantially.
Yes, please. The lady.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amaka. I'm not going to, first of all, before I ask my questions, let's pick a suggestion. We are live on TV, so if we can actually turn down the language, that would be appreciated, because there are young people who are watching.
No. You can't tell us how to answer. You can't tell us. No.
Sorry, gentlemen, please leave her. Please, let us hear. Wait. Please leave her.
Very rude.
We are not supposed to degenerate to the imagine that. Please. Quiet, please, for God's sake, for crying out loud, let us hear her out. Please, one house. Please, let us hear her out. She has a fundamental right to air her views, however obnoxious those views are. So she has a right to air the view, and we reserve the right to respond. She has raised an issue that we should tone down our rhetorics, right? The language.
I did say so.
Meanwhile, thank you. You have made the point, right? You have made your point, okay? So you will ask your question. Now, I will respond to the issue you raised about lowering our language, okay? Now, you carried live the press conference of PDP and LP just now.
Yes.
You carried live Dino Melaye shouting, huffing and puffing and employing gutter snipe on air on your station. Now, before then, your station has carried live more obnoxious and pugnacious statements, right? Yes. So therefore, your point, you have made your point. We have listened to you. We have responded. Ask your question.
So what I was trying to say in essence is, we do know that the situation in the country is tense at the moment.
It's not tense. Please ask your question. Let her ask her question. No, let her ask the question. Please, just leave her. Please get to it quickly.
Coming from the PDP, what they are saying, they're not holding sway for Obasanjo or any other person who is saying.
We never said they were.
No, this is my question.
Okay.
I have the right to be upset. They're saying irretrievably compromised. That's how they're targeting the election. So are you saying INEC should continue with the process as it is right now, despite the fact that just this morning, the rep in Rivers State refused to even announce the result because of threats to his life, showing that things are not perfect. So what I'm asking you in essence is, are you saying we should continue, even though we do know that, everywhere across the country...
Please, relax. Thank you very much. Have you finished? Now, please. No. We don't want to huddle everything together so that there will be clarity. Gentlemen and ladies, this is the APC Presidential Campaign Council, we have our values. And I just said that we are committed Democrats. And in the spirit of democracy, whoever has any views, however contrary, contradictory, or loquacious, we must entertain. That is the spirit of democracy. We only reserve the right to respond. So, my dear sister, to your question, now, we are saying that you cannot abort a baby when the pregnancy is in full term. It has reached full term. Now, Festus, just said something to you. These are lawyers surrounding us. And they've pointed out that in a process like this, in an election covering over 176,000 polling units, you cannot have every unit in perfection. And I did say that there is no human conduct, least of all your organization, that is perfect. Right? I know a little bit of journalism practice. I just don't know a little bit of it. I'm trained in journalism, and I've practiced it all my life. And I can also say categorically that your small organization breaches the code of ethics of journalism on a daily basis. Does that mean that we should close it down? Very well. That is the principle of what we are saying. That you have one or two glitches in a process covering 176,000 or more polling units does not amount to aborting the entire process and aspirations of over 200 million Nigerians. That's what we are saying. Move on to the next question.
My name is Joe Chuk from my
Go ahead.
One, are you worried or are you not worried that even the INEC has not responded to some allegations that they raised? All this while, that's my first question.
No, there's a provision for that. No, there's a provision.
The second question I would like to ask: how do you feel over there? In terms of the other way, what you say and tell Nigerians today is also all you want to say and believe. That's how it should be.
Let me answer the first one. I mean, the last one. Okay, Festus will take the first one. Now, your question is, what will we say if the table turns round tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Again, I assume that you were with us from the beginning of this press conference.
Sure.
And we did say categorically that our candidate, being a committed Democrat, not just in theory, but in practice, and has been exemplified by his track record in the democratic struggle, in instilling or making sure that this democracy we practice is alive and kicking, much more than any other candidate in the horizon today. Because of all of this, he is going to accept defeat in good conscience, honorably. And he has done it in Lagos a few days ago. How many times are we going to repeat that? It's so simple. He has demonstrated it. And he did say, and I've repeated it, if you are not prepared to absorb the shock of defeat, you have no moral right to enjoy the fruits of victory.
Exactly.
That says it all.
Now, on that issue, this process we are going through is not a process of sentiment and emotion. It's law. Yeah. This is an institution guided by law. So that is why I intervene at every point in time when you ask such questions that relate to the process under the Electoral Act. So whatever your sentiment or emotions is irrelevant here. Now, let me explain to you, maybe you don't understand what I said earlier. The national chairman seated there as a national returning officer has two roles: to receive the results from the resident electoral commissioners of the state. That is just a simple role given to him. And when he receives, he announces the results. You cannot attend to complaints about results that have not been handed to you and you have not announced. Now, all the complaints received will now be attended to before he now makes the final declaration. There are two processes involved here. People think that announcing results means that you have announced a winner finally. No. When you now go through the 36 results and Abuja, right, you will now say, now, what are the complaints we have received so far? That is the point at which the national returning officer looks at all the complaints and says, okay, this complaint, does it affect this declaration I'm about to make? If there's a complaint that is substantial enough at that point to affect the declaration, that is when he holds back to make the final declaration. Do you understand? He holds back and says, well, I have received the results, I've announced them, but well, there's a serious complaint here that should taint this final declaration I want to make. But you cannot stop him at this point. Like my brother said, it's like aborting a pregnancy that has reached full term. He has to announce, he has to receive those results. He has to announce those results. And then at the point of making the final return, the final declaration, of course, he now says, well, this complaint, okay, it's good enough. This one is not good. I have not seen anything in this complaint to affect this. And so I now make the final declaration of president-elect. That is the procedure. So what the route they are taking is a route that is strange to law, strange to the process, strange to everything known under the Electoral Act. It is an illegal route they are taking. And it's just an illegal route to power that they want to take. And the last point I want to make is that they should understand that the different parts of this country and people who voted for different candidates, they have a right to get for their voices to be heard. Yeah. You want resounding in the areas where you come from. Let's be honest about this. You mean those places where we won resoundingly, you expected to come and win there? Did you expect to come and win there? Are you one kind of terrestrial human being that says, what nonsense?
Oh yeah. So, shall we? Is that all? Thank you very much, gentlemen of the press. We shall call you again if they continue their shenanigans, because we will react for victory. Thank you every time.
That was a good one.
That was a very intense Q&A
very
session.
Contentious
Yes.
as well. Doctor, what do you make of what we just heard? And again, just a shout out to our very own Amaka Walker there, who asked a very pertinent question, and to the representatives there in terms of toning down the language because of the polity, and also asking exact pertinent questions. So well done, Amaka. Doctor, what was your thoughts on what we just heard?
Passions are getting inflamed.
Very much so.
Remember what I said before we went for the conference? It's like a Man City or Chelsea Arsenal game. It doesn't matter what happens on the field. What you call it now, the fans are getting worked up, especially when you have two equally matched opponents. And what you just saw there now is a sign of coming attractions, as we say in the movies.
Yeah.
In that hall, passions are getting inflamed. And I'm wondering what's happening outside.
Right.
I think that in the spirit of the what you call it now,
peace.
The peace accord that they all signed, the leaders, they should call their followers, to order. We need to do this for Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's so important.
Yeah.
These conferences, in a way, are totally unnecessary and uncalled for. There are probably things that should have happened after all is said and done.
Yeah.
But with what has just happened there, the last has not been heard.
The last has not been heard.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I will wrap it up on that note.
Wow.
Dr. Victor Ohai, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the studio. Thank you for your views and your insights. And this is where we wrap it up on this particular segment of the Arise continuous coverage of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. We'll take a very short break now, but when we come back, Hawa Mukan, Aaron Akerejola, and Temitope Fabemi will take over the anchor duties from Simon Mbai Mutiniri Epeyong.
I'm Ruti Sodiri. Thank you for staying with us.
And I'm Cynthia. Have a good day.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do. I'll vault it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with Vault. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Vault.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vault is the answer.
34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
What is really happening in Akamata Market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Imagine your wallet can be everything. Well, almost everything your bank is to you. That's exactly what First Money Wallet is. First Money Wallet from First Bank is another swift and seamless way to bank from your mobile phone. It doesn't matter if you have a First Bank account or not, nor the mobile network you use. Everyone can open a First Money Wallet, and it's very easy. Your phone number is your account number. With First Money Wallet, you can send money using just a phone number, receive money pay bills, buy airtime and data for yourself or someone else, and check balance. You don't need a bank account at all or BVN to enjoy the boundless possibilities First Money Wallet offers. All you need is a registered phone number, and you can fund your wallet easily through your First Bank account or any bank account and debit card. What's more, First Money Wallet is highly secure with fingerprint technology and PIN. And when you need cash, just walk up to any First Money agent near you to withdraw money. No smartphone, no wahala. Just dial *894*1# on any phone. So it doesn't matter if you live in the city or the remotest part of the country. With First Money Wallet, your transactions are easy, seamless, and secure. Download the First Money Wallet app now. Input your phone number and follow the prompts, or simply dial *894*1#. All money now on First Money. You first. First Bank.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
The way you care for me, the way you care for me. Love me, baby, I cannot deny. Forever, I just wanna make you mine. You're my shining star, you're my one and only. And every day that I wake up, I just wanna wake up.
Send and receive money across 30 countries with Send. Do it now.
The Independent National Electoral Commission has again postponed the collation of results for the 2023 presidential election at the International Conference Center in Abuja. INEC National Commissioner Festus Okoye at 2 p.m. on Tuesday said collation will now resume at 3:30 p.m. He explained that though the results from the 5 states are available, the commission expects at least 10 more states to join today's collation. Welcome to this segment of the Arise News continuous coverage of the presidential and National Assembly elections. Great job indeed to our own Vimbai Mutiniri Epeyong and Rhoda Sodiri and Cynthia Ara, of course. I am Hawa Mukan.
And I am Aaron Akirajala. Welcome to the show.
And I'm Temi Tope Fagbemi. For the next 3 hours, we shall be bringing you all you want to know about Nigeria's presidential and National Assembly election. Stay with us.
The African Union, the Economic Community of West African States, and the Commonwealth Election Observation Mission in Nigeria have raised concerns over electoral violence and the refusal of the Independent National Electoral Commission to post their results on their portal, amongst other challenges recorded during the presidential and National Assembly elections. The Election Observation Commission made this known during a media briefing in Abuja. Arise correspondent Punariman Benjamin has more.
Here at the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja, the Electoral Observation Mission from the African Union, the ECOWAS and the Commonwealth. The AU observers highlighted challenges recorded during the elections, especially violence, which led to the killings of some persons across the state.
The election took place amidst general insecurity in the Northwest, the Northeast, the Southeast, and South-South geopolitical zones. The mission noted that the security issues presented a challenge to the conduct of the elections, as noted with the attack on INEC offices, personnel, and materials before the election.
However, the ECOWAS mission emphasizes the need for Nigeria's electoral umpire to consider a more user-friendly way to help voters identify their polling units, ensure training of electoral officials on the use of the technology to help speed up the process.
The visible presence of security agents discharging their duties in accordance with the provisions of the law in some polling units. However, they were inadequate. The professional conduct of polling officials, as well as some ad hoc staff who demonstrated inadequate knowledge of their duties, especially with the voting materials.
For the Commonwealth, the Naira redesign has also contributed to the delay of the process. The observers suggested that the Naira redesign should have been done earlier than now.
While the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, functions satisfactorily in most polling units, our observers reported that the BVAS was faster on facial recognition than on detecting fingerprints of the voters during the accreditation process.
With these observations and recommendations made by the independent observation missions, Nigerians will be expecting that the outcome of the results will reflect the will of the people. Punaraman Benjamin, Arise News.
The electoral officers assigned to conduct elections in some parts of Imo State have protested attempts by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to collate results in polling units where elections did not hold. The electoral officers say elections did not hold in some wards in Oru West and Ohaji and Egbema local government areas of the state, but results are coming from those areas. According to them, electoral materials did not arrive in these areas and they be dispersed without voting. Now the electoral officers wondered where the electoral body got the results it announced in these areas. Meanwhile, the lawmaker representing Ohaji Egbema, Oguta, and Oru West Federal Constituency, Honorable Kingsley Uju, is demanding cancellation of the elections in his constituency. And the process was full of irregularities. The lawmakers also cried out to the Inspector General of Police, alleging threat to his life and family members by the state government.
In my own polling unit, which is Mbudi 2B, where we had election in some polling units, but two polling units, 025 and 030, election was not held. And we demanded from ECG 40G. We weren't giving it to us from the EO, who is Mrs. Mweke. On getting here yesterday, we were given the form. Since morning, we've been running around to submit this that election did not hold, and nobody was collecting from us.
I worked at Oru West, Ngbidi, Oru West, Ibiasebe. The EO refused attending to us. No vehicle to take me to where I'm supposed to work. I called her attention several times, but no avail. So I'm here to return the form EC4G so that I will exempt myself in case there is any result from that polling unit. I have 12 polling units. No election was conducted in any of them.
I worked as an SPO at Ubutu, in Oru West local government. But unfortunately, the election did not hold. And I want to do the needful to exempt myself from all blames. by submitting this form EC40G filled by my POs. But unfortunately, nobody collected it from us.
INEC to actually invite the rest of Imo, all the INEC staff that work with the Haliman, Oguta, and Oru West to ascertain what happened in Haliman, Oguta, and Oru West. And I want to use this medium again to appeal to the Treasury Police to caution the police authorities in Imo State to stop harassing me, to stop intimidating me, and stop intimidating my own supporters and believers of my project as a candidate of PDP.
Election observer and political analyst Achike Chude joins us now.
Good to have you, George. Yes, sir. George, are you there?
I am here. How are you?
I'm well. You can hear what is going on. You can hear also, see also the new updates. Funny enough, INEC has not given new updates, so I don't know where APC also get their numbers from, because INEC has postponed the counting to 3:30 Nigerian time, even though it's past 3:30 Nigerian time now. But I don't know. We have 37 countries in 37 states in Nigeria. Where are they assuming that the APC government is the APC party has won? Because that is the assumption now, with how they are speaking and what the press briefing we got earlier. So George, what are you saying? Because I think people should really wait. We need to hear all of these results before we come to a conclusion. What do you think?
Well, what I'm thinking is what you call the sham of democracy in Africa, and what we also call what you call wolf ticket. Wolf ticket is when you feel like you come out and start shouting that you won, then all of a sudden it will start being reported that you won. You see what was going on a few minutes ago while they were talking? They were basically very aggressive. These are, with self-interest, not in goal. So we saw that, and we also seeing for them bending the rules to fit their own, desire in, quoting laws that will affect them positively, rather than, nobody comes out to say, okay, well, we believe that the election has been rigged, and which has been widely reported. We saw that during the election day. It started peacefully, but eventually things went haywire. And we have seen some states whereby, the number of people that were present to vote for a particular candidate was not well represented in the final results. So, the question is, we're going to allow the process, we will allow the process. When you are on your way and you see that something has faltered, that something is definitely wrong along the way. Now, I am, every single one of them, when this thing explodes in Nigeria, they will all run away. And therefore, I will warn every one of them to be careful how they present themselves and the kind of languages they use in presenting themselves, because they will become targets also for the people that know that their votes were not well represented, that they were disenfranchised from what they expected, and what they know is not being represented in the final result. So that's what we're saying here. They're claiming, we want democracy. Democracy is this, democracy is that. it's only because it's affecting them positively, and where their stands are is that, okay, we also ourselves into this government, but it's not going to happen in Nigeria. The youths are tired, the youths are hungry, the youths are angry. If they are not careful, like Obasanjo said, Nigeria will volcanic eruption that took place, the earthquake that took place a few weeks ago, they have never seen anything like that. And that to be careful in the type of languages that they are using.
George, we just saw from Imo State, southeast Nigeria, about 6 electoral officers said they didn't conduct election in their booths, and each of these officers probably have about 10 to 12 polling booths under their coverage, and they said nothing happened. Now we also know that the same Imo State last year, a group called the CCUP said they imputed numbers from nowhere into the INEC registry, claiming that those numbers were the people that have registered to vote. And now Imo State has also brought out its results to say APC won. And we heard from the mouth of a PDP stalwart, former Governor Emeka Ihedioha, said he monitored the few places they did election in Imo State, and he confessed in front of the public, the press, that LP, this is a PDP man saying LP won Imo State. But what we saw in the INEC registry is now that APC won Imo State. So what do we make of all this? I mean, in the bare eyes of Nigerians, in the bare eyes of Nigerians,
all of it is just the tip of the iceberg.
Go ahead, George.
This is nothing but a tip of the iceberg of what actually took place. The way that they manipulated the election. Now, you remember the young man that you mentioned that discovered this particular erroneous act of the government in Imo State. He was intimidated. His house was burned down. His cars were destroyed. And up until today, we don't even know he stayed anymore. They try to shut him down. So now what you are seeing is that most of these places that are reporting that there was no election, well, they imputed those numbers in there and then sent it to the to the center that these are the people that voted. So what we are seeing is a massive, and I know that's your name, but massive corruption and disenfranchising of the people that had painstakingly gotten their PVCs, went out and stood under the sunshine to vote. And I can guarantee you, let me tell you, these people better start using their heads, because if they are not careful, every single individual that actually believe and know within themselves that they did not, that are clearly and fairly being reported, they will rise up. You can take that. I heard these are sitting over there, all of the APC talking. They will run when he comes. Obasanjo already advised the president, stop the election, let there be a rerun so that we can fairly and equitably and judiciously make sure that each person's vote counts. If they go under and think they're going to come and take it, Nigeria will explode. So we do it peacefully by stopping this election and declare a rerun or we do it the other way, because it's going to be jungle justice in Nigeria. People are angry. You can sense the tension all over the place. You can sense the tension. It is so thick. The military cannot contain this. I can guarantee you that. The military themselves will be overwhelmed in what will happen in Nigeria if they are not careful.
The military too is to be blamed.
So international countries, I'm calling on international, I am calling on the United States of America to intervene, on the Prime Minister to know there is peace, and announcing that there will be a rerun.
George, your network is failing. We are not hearing you very well. Is
Say
there
that
something
again?
you can do? Your network is failing.
Oh, you're not hearing me?
Yeah, but we're hearing you, but it's cut. It's breaking. Do you have? Is there anything? Because what you're saying.
All I'm saying.
Yes. What you're saying is important.
We are calling.
Also,
we are calling on the international war, President Biden. And the Nigeria company.
Okay, George, we can't hear you very
we
well.
Need peace in Nigeria.
We are going to go to we want to go to our partner network, Arise Station. Labour Vice President candidate is speaking. Let's hear what he has for us. George, maybe you could also use that time to get the network well, because what you're saying is important.
Yeah, let me see what I can. Okay. We can't hear them.
Yes, it's coming.
He's not come out to tell the world what has happened, why the results were not uploaded. There is a question mark there. He should be truthful. As I said, Section 26, he had taken an oath to be neutral and impartial. Therefore, he must speak to Nigerians and tell Nigerians the truth. And the truth is, they could not upload the results. What happened in INEC? Why was it that they could not upload the results? So something is wrong. Something is wrong inside INEC. Either they have connived or their system is down, but they must tell us the truth. If the system was down and they knew it was down, they ought to have postponed the elections. If the system was not down and they did not allow the upload of the results from the units, it means that they have connived and they are no longer neutral and impartial. So under this condition, there is no moral justification for further collation of the results, because it is so expressly stated in that section, the section 64 at 4, and that is 64.4 at A and B. So clearly stated that if the polling unit results are not transmitted, it means truly that there is nothing to compare. So you cannot raise the hope of Nigerians. And I'm sure that we've seen that video where he spoke to Nigerians, because he was under challenge in November. And he spoke to Nigerians very clearly. And we're aware that he was under pressure at some point in time not to transmit results. And the civil society and everybody gave voice to him to enable him to stand firm. And now, just on election day, they could not upload results. Something is fundamentally wrong. That means from the beginning, they had already planned the process to fail. But unfortunately for them, they have gone against the very act under which we're supposed to go on with the elections. So if you have failed to go by the law, and that law says it didn't say may, it says shall. It's a mandatory provision, so he knows that the only way out is to cancel it. You cannot say, let me proceed and conclude, then I'll review. Who is reviewing who? He's the chief returning officer. He has a right to take the decisions at this moment. You cannot go back, do something glaringly wrong, and you go back and want to review yourself. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. Nigerians are no fools. We are not fools. So he should do what is right. And that is the only thing that is actually right. So it's not even a question of calling for somebody else. Let him, he knows. He fought for this. He fought for it. The National Assembly gave it to him. President Muhammad Buhari assented to that bill, making it an act of the Federation. And now he that asked for it wants to breach the same law. It's very unfortunate that such things can happen in this country. Obviously not. So it's not a question of, oh, what happens to the offices? We are talking about the legality of what has been done. What has been done is based purely on illegality. It has breached our laws. You don't have to wait because he knows. The law didn't come on him. It was not forced on him by the National Assembly. He was actually the champion, supported by civil society. But now he's the one breaching the very law that he fought for. It's a very unfortunate circumstance. In a civilized place, this ought not to be. If he knows that he cannot keep to that which he asked for, he should honestly on his own step aside. That's what we expect. Otherwise, he has to do the right thing. And that actually is the process. So there's no question of a transitional process. If their portal is down and they could not upload, and therefore they cannot compare results, and they know they breach the Constitution, the only honest thing to do is cancel the results and then call for another election day. I know that some people ask, what about the cost? There's no cost to democracy. Whatever is right is right. If this country has to source for money in order to go forth, to give Nigerians a credible election so that we can give hope to our country that there's a future for this nation, we have to go on, even if it involves us borrowing money from any source. Democracy, that's a foundation. As long as that is broken and there's trust deficits in this nation, we will not be able to move forward as a nation.
In courts of law, you would have seen procedures where characters were being formed. So, ladies and gentlemen, the character of this government is that they have been making promises they have no idea about, or they had no.
Are you there now?
Well, we've been watching a joint press briefing by the vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Ifeanyi Okowa, and of course that of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed. Of course, they're essentially saying the same thing. They believe that the validity of the results been released by INEC should be questioned. They're wondering why the results were not uploaded as promised before the election, and essentially saying the same thing that their parties have been saying since, that the election should be cancelled. Now, of course, Achike is still here with us in the studio, and
George, you had
Yes.
what they were saying. Yes.
Exactly.
You heard what they were saying, and
Yes.
There's something we're seeing also that is really interesting. And that is all opposition parties are merging to take a stand, take one stand. It's an interesting development. We've never had our democracy like this before. A situation where the opposition parties come together and are saying the same thing. They're all shouting a woof, and they're all saying no to cancel and rerun, and the same. Everybody's saying the same, and they are saying it together. You know, normally when there are things, situation like this, they say it from different angles. Each one of them say in their different secretariats. But in this case, they are sitting together in one place, and they are all saying there has to be a rerun. The whole thing is a sham. INEC has failed. INEC should get it right. And they're all saying those words. We saw that earlier with the chairman of all the parties, all the political parties, the opposition, ADC chairman, PDP chairman, Labour chairman, all of them were there, and they were all speaking the same voice. So what are you saying with this? Are you saying something like one block now forming to go against APC as the opposition?
Well, you see, when the wrong that is being done is so visible, and people wants to blindside us by too much talking in English, that is what the problem is. Okay, look at we were discussing a few minutes ago regarding what happened in Imo State, how he came out openly and declared that according to his own observation and what he said.
Yes, sorry, George. Let's go back to the studio. They are back again. The network went off. Let's hear them. Then we'll come back. There's so much to talk about, and you're doing a great job there, giving us your insights. Okay.
Natural disaster. There was earthquake in Turkey. The president has sworn to rebuild it. Last year there was earthquake in South Africa. They are rebuilding. These are natural disasters. Human disasters are when you have one individual destroying the future of hundreds of millions. They are worse than tornadoes, most powerful tornadoes. They are worse than earthquakes. 60,000 people died in Turkey. Remember, 800,000 people were killed in Rwanda. One individual brought Somalia to its knees. One individual brought Iraq, an ancient civilization, to its knees. One individual brought Libya to a sorry state. We have individuals who have amassed wealth and think they can, in the Eagle Square, disgrace citizen number 1, citizen number 2, citizen number 3, because they have millions of dollars to spend on state governors. And they will come out, hold INEC, control the security, control the judiciary. That is why they are telling you go to court. People are afraid to mention courts in civilized societies. The moment you mention court, he will say, okay, what do you want? That is the truth of the matter. We are heading, like I told you, when everything is at stake, and right now everything is at stake. My country is at stake. So I'm ready to deploy everything I can within the Constitution, not to let this happen.
Okay, you can stay. Let's come this way. My name is Obina Kalazo. I speak for the Concerned Citizen Society. Yes, yes. Now, sir, coming here, there was a young man we saw carrying a placard naked. He was just wearing a trouser saying his future has been sold by INEC. And I also speak for the women in the marketplace, traders and all that. They trooped out from morning on Saturday till late in the evening. I want you to speak to them, Nigerians that are watching, giving them encouragement, how to come out again, because our agreement is we are not accepting this. How can they be trusted? How can they give their trust again to INEC after now? So I want you to talk to them and tell them there is hope somewhere. Thank you.
Okay. First, we want to ensure that the process is followed according to the rules of this country. The Electoral Act is very clear. The INEC guidelines are very clear. The Constitution of this country is very clear. It is for us to defend the rights of the people. We are not asking for anything unusual. We are asking for the right thing. Nigerians must collectively stand up for their rights. We're here to continue to talk to the conscience of our people, particularly the INEC Chairman and those who work with him. And we'll continue to emphasize this and to re-emphasize it. He has a moral obligation to save this nation by doing what is right. That was what he was appointed to do, and that is what he ought to do. Any other thing is wrong, and he cannot continue to play with the future of our children. He cannot continue to play with the future of our mothers. And we call upon him to do what is right. I have said earlier, if the law was forced on him, it's different. He fought for the law along with the civil society organization, for which we are truly very grateful to our civil society members across this nation. They fought for this, and he was with them all through on this. Why would you go through a fight? And we're all excited. Internationally, the global community was excited that this time we're going to have it right. He traveled overseas, even to Chatham House, to the United States.
Okay. George.
Because you have, no matter what you think you are, until you're a man of integrity, having sworn to an oath, he's just but nothing. So I just hope that he will save his name. He's already down, but he still has an opportunity to save that name by doing the right thing. And it's very, very clear. In the first instance, I talked about that section of the Electoral Act, and the Electoral Act was all-encompassing. Oath of neutrality. All staff, electoral officers, presiding officers, and returning officers. And he is the chief return officer, so he's one of those persons. And security officers taking part in the conduct of an election shall affirm or swear to an oath of loyalty and neutrality, as in the second schedule. He knows what is right. He has to save Nigeria. It is only when he does what is right that we can be sure that we truly have a nation of our own. It's only when he does what is right that the children of this country, the youth of this country, will realize that there is still hope and that there's a nation, Nigeria, that they can call their own. We appeal to him that he should not dash the hopes of millions of youths in this country, because he'll be bringing a curse on himself and his generation. And I don't believe that he ought to do that. He's a man who fought for what was right along with others. There is nothing, no amount of pressure from anybody, no amount of inducement from anybody should cause him to do what is wrong. There is a law very clearly stated in section 64(4) AB. And going through that, even to that section 64(4), 5, 6, 7, 8, is very, very clear. He knows what is, I guess he knows what is in the law. He also drew the guidelines in section 38. He just has to keep to what is right. He has to save this nation by causing a cancellation and putting a stop to the further collation that is going on. That is the only way we can truly secure the future of this nation. And as for Nigerians who are waiting, I believe that Nigerians know what is right to be done. We cannot sit and watch and allow one man or a team of men to destroy the future of this nation.
Real peace is not the absence of violence. it is the presence of justice. We cannot continue to make the job of those destroying Nigeria easy. Each time we come out to tell Nigerians, calm down, let it pass, the more we tell Nigerians to be peaceful, the more the bad elements perfect their instruments and systems of corruption, of constitutional and legal abuses. For how long are we going to continue to do that? In the most advanced democracies, you have human beings chaining themselves to highways because toxic materials are being transported through their territories. This is legal. This is constitutional. This is not violence. Only 2 months ago in Germany, you saw people, environmentalists protesting against coal mines, have stayed there in excess of 6 months until the court ruled against them. The police moved in to remove them from occupying that place. And this is legal. For how long are we going to tell Nigerians continue to sit down and be cheated? You are being cheated, allow yourselves to be cheated because you're Nigerians. It doesn't make sense. And you, the bad elements, continue to do because Nigerians are going to be patient. Governments have fallen in Africa because of the price of bread went up. The entire Arab world, 11, 12 years ago, went up in crisis because a young man burned himself in broad daylight. Anybody waiting to hear call to arms from ourselves will never hear it. We're peaceful people. He will never hear. Anybody who wishes to change what we are saying, what I am saying, is welcome to try it. I will never call for violence. I will continue to say that democracy belongs to the people who can practice it. Good governance belongs to the people who can demand it. Dividends of democracy belongs to those who can take it. It is left for Nigerians to do these things I mentioned. There's nothing unconstitutional, nothing illegal about the gentleman you mentioned on the street and millions joining him. After all, what is being done about the illegality that we spoke about? Right now, to the best that I know, let me tell you that there is 178,606 illegalities committed on 25th February 2023. All the polling units that did not upload to IREV is a legal breach. It's a breach of the Electoral Act. Then there's 8,000 plus criminal acts. Any polling ward or collation officer that violated sections 64, 4, and 5 because it states clearly he or she shall only enter after having verified from the beavers directly transmitted. These are constitutional breaches. These are legal breaches. This is what Nigerians should be after, not about Nigerians demanding their rights. It is not violence if Nigerians serve notice, come out peacefully. It is not violence. It is not any break. You cannot tell Nigerians to sit down and watch everything go down the drain. This country is too beautiful, is too blessed. I'm sure most of us have lived in other countries and come back to Nigeria because Nigeria is too good. And that is why I said, when all is at stake, as we have now, people like me are ready to deploy all constitutional means to see that we take back our country. I like what Governor Okowa said. The gentleman Mahmood Yakubu. He is an exalted common civil servant. And this is a technical description I'm giving with due respect. He has no powers to break law. He has no powers to make laws. What INEC Chairman has been doing, he's been making laws by deciding to continue with legal breaches. I repeat, what INEC has said is that, yes, we heard you. The laws have been broken. Please resume your seat. Like they said to Ihedioha. Resume your seat, we've heard you. We are going to continue to break this law until we finish breaking the law and announce a government based on illegality.
George, you can hear.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so it's really pathetic, George. It's pathetic that we are going through this whole thing over and over again in Nigeria. Let's continue. Let's continue
Yes.
with them. Let's continue with them.
APC, where they had a presser there, the spokespersons had a presser, and Festus Keyamo in particular says, what your parties are demanding for are alien to the law, and if it goes ahead, that if INEC goes ahead with cancellation like you are demanding, it will result to abortion of democratic practices. I am giving you their exact words this afternoon, and of course we even heard someone said it's even treasonous if the INEC chairman attempts to do that. And this is two opposing views. You have yours and they have theirs. And it's up to the INEC chairman who we're waiting for to respond, see which way forward. But my question to you this afternoon is, if he refuses your demand, which is cancellation number one, aside from his resignation, which you have called for, what next for your parties? That is my question. Thank you.
I listened carefully to the names you mentioned. If Tinubu speaks, if Shetima speaks, we'll respond to them. Governor Okowa and my humble self will never join issues with those people. Then your second question as to what next, I relate what you asked to what the gentleman asked and my long, laborious answers. Nigeria belongs to who? To Nigerians. What did I say about democracy? It belongs to those who can practice it.
Okay, Africa Report, Eniola Akikiotu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, gentlemen. You've asked for the cancellation of the result. I want to find out from you, will you be approaching the court to enforce this, or will you be applying for maybe an ex parte order, an interim injunction, or anything like that? Thank you very much.
We have asked for a cancellation of the result because that actually will be the saving grace at this moment for Yakubu Mahmood, who is the chairman of INEC. And we believe that in right conscience, he should do what is right. And we're hoping that in the position that he occupies, and with what efforts he had put in the past, and what he had told Nigerians, what he had told the world over, that he was going to do, he should only do what is right. We are hoping that he will do what is right. And that actually is the right course to do. But if he fails to do that, options are numerous. We don't have to come to you on that at the moment. We'll let you know as we progress.
You need to
Ifeanyi
understand.
Okowa, VP candidate for the for the PDP, speaking there. And now we're going live to Abuja. The INEC chairman is going to be addressing the media.
Let's go live again to the National Collation Center 2023 election. Even though everybody has said it should stop, let's still hear them and what they have. Is that okay, George? Is that okay?
It's fine. I need to.
Okay.
Like the saying goes, they say the show must go on. Not because we just want to have this as a show, no, but because it is one of the building blocks. And this country is a promise of greatness. And Mr. Chairman, my members are here to encourage you to go ahead and ensure that the process is concluded and concluded well, so that some of our members who may have issues can now do what the process already has made provisions for, which is to seek redress. So we want to say that because of this country and because this movement matters in this country, of course, without prejudice for whatever position some of our members must have taken, we want to be on the side of the history that this process is concluded and Nigeria becomes greater. So we want to thank you very much. I want to assure the people of this country that as political parties, we are on the same page with them, but we must conclude this process so that we can take it after the end of this process and do whatever the law says we can do. Mr. Chairman, that is the position of IPAC, that is the Inter-Party Advisory Council, that we want you to continue and conclude this process. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, my name is Dan Wanyao, MNI, OFR. I am the National Chairman of Zenith Labour Party. I am also the presidential candidate of the party. I just flew in this morning from home where I voted. I want to add to what our chairman said. We are looking at our country. We are looking at Nigeria. We have passed through many elections. And there is nowhere in the world where you don't have problems during elections. Let me refer to the last one in the United States. There were problems, big one, but the country moved on. Without prejudice, as he has said, to whatever problems we have seen in the process. We don't want to pull down this roof. We should not pull down Nigeria because of these problems. Nigeria must exist first before we become whatever we want to become. And the processes are laid down. In this election, I can say it emphatically, there was no problem with the beavers. No problem at all. The final process. And beavers, I will say to high heavens, is the best way to go. And that was well thought out by the commission and the political parties. I voted. Beavers worked. Necessary things were done. in my polling unit. And in having issues from ward to ward, state to state, we must remember that we have our laws. Years ago, I recall when I was leading a political party, we knew we won Ondo State. We knew we won Edo State. Then my party won 1.5 governors. One Ondo, half was Shomole, because there was an accord between ACN and the then Labour Party. So they took half of Oshomole, we took half of him. We went to court. Even a sitting president then said, Governor Mimiko will never be governor in Ondo State. He said it publicly, that he will send EFCC to him. 3 days later, Ribadu, who was chairman of EFCC, then said he never had Mimiko's file on his desk. We retrieved our mandate. Mimiko governed Ondo State for 8 years. Adams governed Edo State for 8 years. That means there is confidence in the system. If we disagree or we have problems, we have the laws, we have section 64 of the Act, where even you are empowered to review some of these problems that have been reported. You can review them, take a position. You can reverse some decisions. So, but why the political parties met today was simply to talk about our country first. We have no order. And nobody should come and tell us to be on the street to destroy our country. We love this country. Everything is here. Who could have believed? Because right now, there are many gains from this election. Nobody would have believed on 24th of February that Lagos will fall to a third force. Nobody would have believed that 3 governors lost senatorial seat, 1/3 of the states they governed for 8 years, they could not win. Nobody could have believed that a senator like Senator Kunife, who had done everything for her community, including building houses for widows, lost. Who would have believed that an Okada rider is now moving into the House of Representatives? This is the same election. This is the same process. Mr. Chairman, we have party leaders who lost their polling unit. National chairman of parties, they lost their polling unit. This is the same election. We want to throw away the baby with the bathwater. This is the same election. Look, I want to summarize that IPAC, through our chairman, has said it all. Mr. Chairman, go ahead and conclude this process. If we have problems, we know where to go. But we have to use that window by Electoral Act given to you to review some of these issues. Reverse them quickly before the exclusion of time. We cannot continue all the time to work this. Yes, people may have done so many things in the states, yes. But we are convinced as political parties that worked with you all the way, you consulted all the time on quarterly basis. And that's why when we are talking about the process, we know what we are saying because we are part and parcel of it. And we are not ashamed of saying so. Nobody should crucify the INEC chairman. He's sitting here. He's sitting here. But if there are complaints, from about your people, deal with it expeditiously. in accordance with the law. That is what we are saying. When Jesus Christ was here as a person, he had only 12 disciples, but one betrayed him. Only 12. Now you are having 37. Why would you not expect 10 to betray you? So let us look at Nigeria. Nigeria is our country. We love this country, but we must still turn it back to be a country that will be flowing with milk and honey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me seize this opportunity to assure Nigerians that we will do whatever we can within the confines of the law to review issues arising from the conduct of elections, particularly by invoking our powers under Section 65 of the Electoral Act, to review where review is absolutely necessary. So I want to thank you very much. We have so many states waiting in the queue, so we now recommence collation of results. And the first state is Niger State. Is the REC and the collection officer there? We have a large number on queue. REC Niger and the returning state collection officer for the presidential election, please step forward. REC, introduce yourself and let the scope introduce himself, and the scope presents the results.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, National Commissioners. My name is Ahmed Yusuf, Resident Electoral Commissioner, Niger State.
My name is Professor Clement Alawa, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics of the University of Abuja. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Niger State. Already with me is Ahmed Ishao Gariki, the resident electoral commissioner for Niger State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th of February 2023 in Niger State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 2698344. 2698344. Total number of accredited voters, 827416. 827416. Total votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 463. Party A, 463. Party AA, 752. Party AA, 752. Party AAC 264. Party AAC 264. Party ADC 1656. Party ADC 1656. Party ADP 2313. Party ADP 2313. Party APC 375183. Party APC 375183. Party APGA 2539. Party APGA 2539. Party APM 598. Party APM 598. Party APP 303. Party APP 303. Party BP 302. Party APP 302. Party BP 303. Party BP 303. Party LP 80452. Party LP 80452. Party NNPP 21836. Party NNPP 21836. Party NRM 1032. Party NRM 1032. Party PDP 284898. Party PDP 284898. Party PRP 2534. Party PRP 2534. Party SDP 520. Party SDP 520. Party YPP 591. Party YPP 591. Party ZLP 2432. Party ZLP 2432. 432. Total valid votes 778,668. Total valid votes 778,668. Rejected votes 3, 4, 6, 8, 7. Rejected votes 3, 4, 6, 8, 7. Total votes cast 8, 1, 3, 3, 5, 5. Total votes cast 8, 1, 3, 3, 5, 5.
Thank you very much, Scope. Were there places where elections could not hold or cancelled? How many? Reason? How many registered voters and how many PVCs collected?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. There were places where votes were cancelled. Total number of votes cancelled was 36,745. 36745 votes were cancelled. This occurred in 57 polling units spread over 40 registration areas or wards. The reasons for overvoting, the reasons for cancellation was basically two. One was overvoting. The second was refusal by the voters to use the bimodal voter verification, bimodal verification accreditation system, the BVAS. The voters refused to use it. Those are the reasons that the votes were cancelled. And the total number of registered people in that area for the BVCs was 38,38040. 38040.
Scope, you have to reconcile the figures because I heard you say 36,745 registered voters, but the PVCs collected is what? Can you repeat the number of registered voters in the areas affected?
Yes, the registered voters in the area was 38040.
Okay, 38040. And PVCs collected?
I think that was it, votes in council.
No, number of PVCs collected. You mentioned two figures. One is 38, one is 36. So I want to know which one is which. 38 may be the registered voters, yes, 36 may be PVCs collected.
Yes.
But confirm from your records. I will check when you bring.
Yes, I have it, yes.
Okay. So thank you very much. Party leaders, we have heard the result from Niger State. Any comments? Okay, Scope Niger, please present the results.
Yes, George. You can hear. George, are you there?
Nigeria is still deciding.
Yes, I'm here.
Very good. So we are connected to the.
I can hear you.
Very good. So we just had from Niger State presidential results. With that result also, APC has won Niger State. APC with 375,183 votes. APC leads in Niger State. So, but George, the opposition parties are saying, let's stop all this. Let's go to the voting. Let's rerun. Let's do this. Let's do that. And they are still going ahead with the votes, with the vote counts. Well, what do you think? Is it not a waste of time if the oppositions have all merged and they are saying with one voice, let's end this and go for a rerun? Is it not a waste of time that we are still counting and Abuja INEC headquarters is still doing what it's doing?
Well, you will not count it as a waste of time. It might be a waste of our resources, our, the expectation, everything that took place. But one thing that I can tell you is that when the people understand, because, you heard the two people there that spoke, they're encouraging the INEC chairman to continue with the count to finish the process. And the reason why they want to do that is because if the process is now finished, that means that they will have to announce the winner. Announce, that's what
George,
winner,
we're not hearing
and
we are missing you again. Your line is breaking, George.
So that means that they are a position is breaking.
Yes, your line is breaking. Okay, let's go back to INEC headquarters, Abuja. Our viewers are still with us. Huge number of people still following. You're tuned to SSM News Echo Election 2023 Situation Room. And I'm here analyzing and watching with George Ku from Canada. Also, we are hooked up to our partner network in Nigeria, and we are following at the INEC headquarters in Abuja. So let's go back and hear the next states. They are bringing their accounts. We hope it all goes peacefully. Thank you, George. So we continue.
Party ADP 1447. Party APC 310468. Party ABGA 3605. Party APM 501. Party APP 218. Party BP 714. Party LP 308-372. I repeat, 308-372. Party NNPP 4740. Party NRM 484. Party PDP 130081. Party PRP 477. Party SDP 895. Party YPP 239. Party ZLP 3523. Total valid votes 770075. Rejected votes 27687. Total vote cast 797762.
Okay, thank you very much, Rick. What about places where election could not hold or cancelled, reasons, registered voters, PVCs collected?
Elections were cancelled in 4 local government areas, and that amounted to 6 registration areas and 7 polling units. The number of registered voters and the polling units affected is 4554. The non-PVCs collected in the affected polling units is 3359.
Thank you very much.
The reasons for the cancellation has to do with 1, overvoting and violence. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, VC. Party agents, any observations, any comments? Okay, Scott, please come forward and present your result.
Still watching live coverage of the National Collation at the National Collation Center in Abuja, where the results for Benue State have just been announced, with APC coming in with 310,468, Labour Party with 308,372, and the PDP with 130,181 votes. Of course, NNPP coming in last with 4,740 votes. We are waiting for more election results to be read as the INEC chairman has discussions with his INEC officers.
I'll go where the light takes me. For this is my time. Is it a strong plan? I don't know. That light, that's where I go.
Oggi vi voglio parlare di motore. Per la precisione vi voglio far vedere alcune cose che voi potete fare sul vostro motore nel momento in cui avete dei problemi in navigazione e altre cose invece che dovete fare per poter mantenere bene la macchina della vostra barca. Seguitemi. stiamo navigando verso Marina Cala dei Sardi per andare al magazzino della NSS e fare un video di una nuova serie, una serie tutta dedicata, riservata agli abbonati del canale YouTube di SVN Solo Velanet. Il titolo della serie è Conoscere la barca e in questa puntata andremo a vedere il motore, parleremo delle parti fondamentali del motore, delle parti principali, vedremo quali sono le manutenzioni, alcune delle manutenzioni che noi dobbiamo fare al nostro motore e vi daremo anche qualche consiglio su come levarsi dai guai nel momento in cui questi dovessero raggiungere il nostro motore mentre siamo in navigazione. Quindi seguitemi, andiamo a Marina Cala dei Sardi e da lì al magazzino della NSS. In questa prima puntata di Conoscere la barca parleremo di motore. In particolare parleremo di quei piccoli interventi che noi possiamo fare per risolvere alcuni problemi del nostro motore quando siamo in navigazione o interventi che dovremmo fare invece per garantirne una buona manutenzione. Siamo nell'area magazzino del gruppo NSS, loro qui hanno questo grande magazzino dove hanno tutto il materiale per la loro flotta e per le barche nuove che vendono, perché loro sono Lagoon e Veneto. Qui con me ho l'ingegnere Antonio Coi. Ciao Antonio.
Ciao Maurizio.
Antonio è un perito navale, per cui è una persona che conosce particolarmente a fondo tutto quello che riguarda l'imbarcazione da diporto. Io inizierei con le trasmissioni. Noi nel diporto abbiamo due tipi di trasmissioni. Linea d'asse, ovvero sia motore leggermente inclinato perché l'invertitore sta qua, l'asse che esce dall'invertitore buca la barca, passa nel cavalletto e arriva all'elica. L'altro sistema invece è il sail drive, quello che ormai è più diffuso. Il sail drive è un componente che ingloba anche l'invertitore e ha un piedino che scende verticale, buca la barca, fa un buco piuttosto grande e scende sotto. La differenza è che il sail drive è più complesso perché ha più ingranaggi, però è più efficiente perché la spinta è dritta. La linea d'asse invece è molto più semplice, quindi dà meno problemi, però la sua spinta non è dritta nella direzione d'avanzamento, ma è obliqua, per cui ha un po' di dispersione. Antonio, vogliamo cominciare a dire quali sono gli interventi che noi possiamo fare sulla trasmissione dal punto di vista della manutenzione e dal punto di vista di risolverci dei problemi?
Sì, allora per quanto riguarda la trasmissione e propulsione, se parliamo di linea d'asse, la cosa che principalmente possiamo fare quando siamo in navigazione a marcia inserita è controllare le eventuali vibrazioni trasmesse sulla barca. Sentiamo proprio la barca che si muove in maniera anomala. Questo significa che c'è un'usura maggiore della boccola all'interno del cavalletto reggiasse che appunto avvolge il nostro asse dell'elica e la cosa che bisogna fare è quella di mettere in programma in un futuro breve di andare a sostituire
la boccola.
Esatto. Un altro controllo che possiamo fare periodicamente, anche prima di intraprendere le navigazioni, è quello del controllo dei livelli dell'olio all'interno dell'invertitore. Sia che si tratta di linea d'asse, sia che si tratti di piedino S-drive, il controllo del livello è fondamentale.
E questo considerate che molti velisti non sanno che l'invertitore ha un suo sistema di lubrificazione separato da quello del motore. All'invertitore non arriva l'olio del motore, l'invertitore ha un sistema di lubrificazione suo, quindi quando noi andiamo a controllare l'olio del motore dobbiamo controllare anche l'olio dell'invertitore. Se non lo facciamo rischiamo di grippare l'invertitore.
Sì, se abbiamo un piedino S-drive installato a bordo, il controllo dell'olio ci permette anche di vedere se vi è all'interno del piedino dell'olio emulsionato. Questo significa che dal paraolio inferiore c'è stato un ingresso d'acqua, quindi si è andato a emulsionare l'olio e non abbiamo più quelle caratteristiche di lubrificazione che doveva dare l'olio all'interno del piede.
Se scopriamo questa cosa sappiamo che dobbiamo fare un altro intervento. Cambiare il paraolio del sail drive. Come mettiamo la barca a secco è una cosa che dobbiamo fare perché sennò anche lì rischiamo il grippaccio dell'invertitore.
Se abbiamo un S-drive, tenere sempre bene a mente quando è stata sostituita l'ultima volta la guarnizione del piedino S Drive, e quindi sapendo questa informazione andare a sostituirla così a scadenza, così come suggerito dalla casa costruttrice.
Però attenzione, questa è una cosa importante, perché il periodo di scadenza di quella guarnizione è molto lungo. Per la Volvo Penta, ad esempio, sono 7 anni, quindi è facile che qualcuno si possa dimenticare di andarla a controllare. Però è una cosa importante, perché il foro che fa il sail drive quando esce dallo scafo è di questa portata. Se quella guarnizione non regge bene, il flusso d'acqua che entra nella barca è tanta roba. Poi possiamo passare al motore.
Sì.
Ok, allora il motore si divide in 2 zone fondamentali: la parte termica, ovvero sia la parte dei pistoni che salgono, scendono e creano l'energia che io poi andrò a trasmettere attraverso l'invertitore all'elica, con tutto il suo sistema di alimentazione, chiaramente, perché i pistoni camminano se io li alimento con la miscela aria-gasolio. E poi il sistema di raffreddamento. Voi considerate che questi motori sono motori che normalmente vengono montati su dei camion. Sui camion il raffreddamento del liquido refrigerante, perché è il liquido refrigerante che raffredda il motore, ma a sua volta poi va raffreddato, avviene attraverso il radiatore. Cioè il radiatore sul frontale del camion, questo è il flusso d'aria che colpisce il radiatore, va a raffreddare il liquido refrigerante. In barca questo non si può fare, noi non possiamo avere il radiatore, quindi la funzione del flusso d'aria sul radiatore che raffredda il refrigerante la farà lo scambiatore di calore, ovvero sia noi utilizzeremo l'acqua di mare
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Professor Olayemi Akinwumi. I am the Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Lokoja. I am the State Collation Officer for the Presidential Election Scope of 25 February 2023 in FCT. The results for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in FCT states are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 1,570,307. Total number of accredited voters, 4,7,8,9,2,3. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 490. Party AA, 506. Party AAC, 215. Party ADC, 768. Party ADP, 585. Party APC, 90902. Party APGA, 1362. Party APM, 297. Party APP, 146. Party BP 748, Party LP 281,717, Party NNPP 4517, Party NRM 294, Party PDP 74194, Party PRP 131, Party SDP 233, Party YPP 335, Party ZLP 2631. Total number of valid votes 460,071. Total number of rejected votes 18,581. Total vote cast 478,652.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. What about places where elections did not hold? Or where there were cancellations and the reasons?
Thank you, sir. Number of council votes 54574. And areas where the votes were cancelled, 5 area councils. Reasons for the cancellation: disruption of voting activities by hoodlums and overvoting. Thank you, sir.
Number of PVCs collected?
Number of PVC collected 48753.
Okay, thank you very much. Party agents, any comments? Any observations? Okay, thank you very much. Scope, Federal Capital Territory.
We're live at the National Collation Center in Abuja, where after several delays, INEC finally resumes announcement of results of the presidential election. In the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, the Labour Party came in first with 281,717 votes, while the APC came second with 90,902 votes. In Benue State, the APC won the election with 310,468 votes, while the Labour Party came second with 308,372 votes. And in Niger State, the APC again recorded huge success after winning the election with 375,183 votes, while the PDP came in second with 284,898 votes. More results will trickle in a matter of minutes.
Next is Akwa Ibom State. Akwa Ibom. Spreadsheet. Okay, please, Rek Akwa Ibom, introduce yourself, and the scope should introduce himself and present the result.
I am Dr. Cyril Omogwe, the REC in Akwa Ibom State.
My name is Professor Emmanuel M. Adigio, the Vice Chancellor of the Nigerian Maritime University, Okorenkoko. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election scope of 25th February 2023 in Akwa Ibom State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Akwa Ibom State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 2357418. Number of accredited voters, 594450. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 860. Party AA, 289. Party AAC, 626. Party ADC, 2265. Party ADP, 811. Party APC, 160620. Party APGA, 783. Party APM, 599. Party APP, 325. Party BP, 524. Party LP, 132683. Party NNPP, 7796. Party NRM, 667. Party PDP, 214012. Party PRP, 343. Party SDP, 583. Party YPP, 27179. Party ZLP, 4124. Total number of valid votes, 555,089. Total number of rejected votes, 32328. Total vote cast, 587 417.
Okay, thank you very much. Any areas where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, Chairman, sir. About 8 RAs were affected. And number of...
About 8 or 8. We don't have 7.5 RAs.
8, sir.
Okay.
Number of registered voters in these areas are, total number is 5355. And number of PVC collected, 5112.
Reasons for the cancellations?
Overvoting and disruption, sir.
Okay. Party agents, any comments, any observations? Okay, thank you very much, Scope Akwa Ibom. Please step forward and present the results.
More results are trickling in from the National Collation Center in Abuja, and in Akwa Ibom State, the PDP leads the park with 214,012 votes, while the APC follows in second place with 160,620 votes. Earlier, we got the results for the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where the Labour Party came in first with 281,717 votes. In Benue State, the APC won the election with 310,468 votes, and in Niger State, the APC also came in first with 375,183 votes, while the PDP came second in Niger State with 284,898 votes.
Next is Edo State. Edo State.
My Chairman. Chairman, I'm Obo Efana, Resident Electoral Commissioner, Edo State. Chairman, my name is Professor Nyaworon Dayo, the Vice Chancellor of University of Uyo. I am the State Coalition Officer for the presidential election scope of 25th February 2023 in Edo State. The results for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Edo State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 2501,081. Total number of aggregated voters, 603,894. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 739. Party AA, 329. Party AAC, 530. Party ADC, 2306. Party ADP, 1069. Party APC, 144471. Party APGA, 960. Party APM, 661. Party APP, 324. Party BP, 993. Party LP, 331,163. Party NNPP, 2743. Party NRM, 393. Party PDP, 89585. Party PRP, 216. Party SDP, 296. Party YPP, 406. Party ZLP, 4082. Total valid votes, 581,266. Rejected votes, 19,129. Total votes cast, 600,395.
Thank you. What about places where elections were either not held or cancelled?
Yes, we have challenge issues with the 17 RS. And that amounted to 54 PUS. That's 54 polling units. And the votes involved there is 32208.
PVCs collected?
It is 32208.
PVCs collected, not registered voters.
Registered voters is 36264. PVC collected
is what?
36264.
What about registered voters?
That's registered voters.
Oh, that's registered voters.
Yes, sir. 36264. Registered voters.
36264?
Yes.
Can you please go over the figures again so that I record it carefully?
Thank you, sir. Number of registered voters affected, as mentioned, is 36264.
264. PVCs collected?
Number of PVC collected for affected PUS, 32208. 32208.
Okay. Thank you very much. Party agents, any comments, any observations? Okay, thank you very much. Scope for Edo State. Please step forward and submit the result.
Still watching live coverage from the National Collation Center in Abuja. The last results have been read for the presidential elections in Edo State, with the Labour Party coming in first with 331,163 votes. The APC coming in second with 144,471 votes, and the PDP with 89,585 votes. We await more election results as the day goes by.
Okay, next is Abia State. Abia State. The admin sec, Abia State, please introduce yourself, and the scope should introduce himself and present the results.
Chairman, my name is Clement, Administrative Secretary, Abia State.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Professor Ebel Ezoha, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Alese Kweme Federal University, Ndufu-Alike, in Ebonyi State. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th of February 2023 in Abia State. With me is the Admin Secretary. The results for the presidential election held on 25th of February 2023 in Abia State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 21,20808. Total number of registered voters, 21,20808. Total number of accredited voters, 384,468. Total number of accredited voters, 384,468. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 213. Party A, 213. Party AA, 109. Party AA, 109. Party AAC, 179. Party AAC, 179. Party ADC, 522. Party ADC, 522. Party ADP, 240. Party ADP, 240. Party APC, 8914. Party APC, 8914. Party APGA, 3943. Party APGA, 3943. Party APM, 608. Party APM, 608. Party APP, 672. Party APP, 672. Party BP, 348. Party BP 348, Party LP 327095, Party LP 327095, Party NNPP 1239, Party NNPP 1239, Party NRM 138, Party NRM 138, Party PDP 22676, Party PDP 22676, Party PRP 97, Party PRP 97, Party SDP 144, Party SDP 144, Party YPP 1861, Party YPP 1861, Party ZLP 1039, Party ZLP 1039. Total valid votes 370037. Total valid votes 370037. Rejected votes 11646. Rejected votes 11646. Total votes cast 381683. Total votes cast 381683.
Thank you very much, Scope. Any places where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, we have such cases cutting across 3 local government areas involving 8 RAs and 21 PUs, that's polling units. And the number of registered voters in the affected areas is 43744. Number of registered voters in the affected areas, 43744. And the number of PVCs collected in the affected areas is 27524. 27524. And the reasons are mostly violence and the snatching of electoral materials.
Okay, thank you very much. Polling agents, any observations, any comments? Okay, Scope Abia, please step forward.
You're welcome, Dr. Godwin. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure, I can hear you. Thank you for
Very
having
good.
me.
You're welcome. So, we've been going through this result. What you just witnessed is Abia State. Labour actually won this with 327,000, and PDP came second in Abia State. And previous count was Edo State. Edo State also, LP, Labour Party won the Edo State with about 300 and something thousand votes. Then we had Niger. Niger was for APC, and we also had I think it was Jigawa or so. Anyway, we've been here for the past 6 hours, and the crowd, the viewers are also listening and following since we've been opened up. So you're welcome. But now, aside all these things happening, we had some situations in Nigeria. There was an alliance of all the political parties, all political party chairmen, ADC, LP, PDP, all of them came together and said this counting should be halted. They say there has been massive rigging of the election. They cited so many situations where people couldn't vote. The PDP, a PDP stalwart, PDP former governor, Emeka Ihedioha, PDP, take note. He said in Imo State, Labour Party won, got the overall vote, more votes. But overnight, it turned over to APC. Now, this is a PDP statement. PDP former governor of Imo State, Emeka Ihedioha. So he cited that as an example because he said he followed through in most parts of voting booths in Imo State. Now, we also went through with some polling officers that confirmed that they didn't vote in their station. There was no vote. So we had about 18 of them. No vote was casted, nothing at all, no material came. But they now found out that numbers were imputed into their station. So how did those numbers come up? We don't know. So this is some of the updates that's been going on. Also, the vice president candidate for Labour, Dr. Ahmed Dati, and the vice president for PDP, Okowa, both did a press briefing and said they have to halt this and there has to be a rerun. They said they are not going with anything about the announcement again, that there is evidence of massive, they use the word massive rigging in all the states in Nigeria. So these are some of the updates. We're saying this to our viewers also, bringing them to speed on what is going on. And right about now, we are connected to INEC office in Abuja, and we're following all the new results. So my question is, if all these parties have come together, the vice president candidates, and they are saying this should stop, is it not a waste of time that INEC is still going ahead with the counting and the announcement? Dr. Godwin, what do you think? What do you say?
Well, I've made my opinion very clear, and it's still the same because more evidence is coming in to back up both my claims and my suggestion. Taxpayers' money are being wasted to continue this obvious rigged or maybe process that does not pass the sniff test of credibility and transparency. And I just believe, I mean, I'm not looking for more signs of rigging. It's clear. The fact that the results were not, uploaded to the portal immediately, and there was enough avenue and room, from Saturday, today is already Tuesday evening, enough room was made to both manipulate and remanipulate and demanipulate and manipulate it square. That's how much time has been given. So any further threading along that path is simply disservice to hardworking Nigerians around the country who have really worked hard to get this PVC who are many of them will be voting for the first time because they've not believed in the system for a while, and many of them are just coming in to believe that maybe their vote can count. They've been told that this time it will count. This time there will be no avenue for cheating. This time it will count. It doesn't matter who counts the vote this time. It matters who votes. You know, and they'll be voting for many. Will be voting for even those that are maybe not the first time, but they voted before and giving up. Many of them came for this one. They say yes, a new era, and then they are met with this, baptized fraud, baptized rigging, a rigging called under a new name. Yeah, but a rigging in a baptismal name, Beavers. I mean, it's a good acronym, but no one is interested in whether you call it Beavers or SAFB. We're interested in the fact that what one is interested is that there was no room for tampering. And the election was uploaded immediately so that there is no avenue. That's even if it does not depend on your kindness. It does not depend on your will to be moral. It does not depend on your will to even give. It doesn't even depend on the INEC chairman's will to give us a good election because he cannot do anything about it. That's what Nigerians want. Nigeria want that even if you don't like it, you have to give it to us, whether it comes from your nose or from your mouth. Nobody cares. We want it to be in a situation where you're feeling about it. Nobody should care about it. That's you create the system in a way that even you cannot influence it. That's what Nigerians want. We are not. No one wanted a system where we have to beg you, Ejo, Biko, please give us. Nobody wanted that system. They wanted a system where your opinion is irrelevant, even if you're the chairman. That's what Nigerians wanted. And
Absolutely.
they didn't get that.
This is exactly what they were saying. The vice president candidate of PDP and vice president candidate of LP, they were saying that the mistake people are making is seeing the INEC chairman as a demigod. That he's just his public.
Nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted. Yes.
He's just
nobody wanted this.
And,
nobody wanted.
Yes, that's what we were saying. Absolutely. So
exactly.
And now he's holding us by the neck and dictating for us at their own pace what they want us to absorb. Can you imagine? And Nigerians are angry. There are lots of statements that has been flowing here, and people are not happy. So let's go back to the INEC headquarters in Abuja and just hear what the list, the scores, and see what happens next. So thank you very much for tuning in. Those that are tuned in.
So let me add one thing. Remember what I said yesterday? I said yesterday that INEC is not police. INEC is not legislature. INEC, the only thing that INEC is responsible for is to give people an opportunity to exercise their voting right. And they would have been forgiven if any other thing went wrong, but not the ability to pass the sniff test of credibility and transparency. That one is not, it's a no-go area. Without that, there's nobody will be talking about INEC. Nobody needs INEC, any other thing. They're not the taxpayer, they're not the nothing. This is their core responsibility.
Simple.
But the only reason we're talking about it is this core response. So when they're not delivering that core response, what are we talking about? We should be talking about something else. But this is important to Nigerians.
Serious matter. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to the INEC headquarters in Abuja and continue with the votes scores. Thank you.
Audio, please.
Yes, it's coming.
Election scope of 25 February 2023 in Bauchi State. The results of the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Bauchi State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 749,268. Total number of accredited voters, 899,769. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 237. AA, 399. AAC, 180. ADC, 1291. ADP, 1447. APC, 316,694. APGA, 906. APM, 489. APP, 215. BP, 224. LP, 27373. NNPP, 27103. NRM.
Wait, repeat the last one.
NNPP, 72103. NRM, 1062. PDP, 426,607. PRP, 1824. SDP, 924. YPP, 645. ZLP, 896. Total number of valid votes, 853,516. Total number of rejected votes, 29030. Total votes cast, 882,546.
Okay. Any areas where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have cancellation in 9 local government areas involving 32 RAs and 50 polling units.
Registered voters?
The registered voter affected, 32,215.
PVCs collected?
30,966.
Okay, thank you very much. Party agents?
Sir, and the reason for the cancellations
Okay, yes, reasons for the cancellation.
are due to disruptions and overvoting.
Distractions?
Yes, sir.
Or
And
disruptions?
Disruptions, yes, and overvoting.
Okay, party agents, any comments, any observation? Okay, thank you very much. Please, Scott, step forward and submit the result.
And the results for Bauchi State have just been read, with the PDP coming in first with 426,607 votes, APC coming in second with 316,694 votes, Labour Party 27,373 votes. Nigeria is still deciding, more results to follow.
Next is Plateau State. Plateau State. Go ahead, Rek, introduce yourself and the scope.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Dr. Oliver Teso Agundu, resident Electoral Commissioner, Plateau State.
Oliver what?
Teso.
Oh, okay. Scope.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Professor Shehu Abdurrahman, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Lafia. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Plateau State. The results for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Plateau State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 2789528. Number of accredited voters, 1139393. Votes received by political parties. Party A, 539. AA, 342. AAC, 420. ADC, 1728. ADP, 1922. APC, 307195. ABGA, 883. APM 380, APP 260, BP 1008, LP 466272, NNPP 8869, NRM 955, PDP 243808, PRP 4920, SDP 879, YPP 623, ZLP.
Scope, please go back to the PRP. What figure did you read?
PRP 49201.
Okay, go ahead.
SDP 879. YPP 623. ZLP 2886. Total valid votes 1088170. Rejected votes 22994. Total vote cast 1111164.
Thank you. What about places where elections were not held or cancelled?
Elections were cancelled in 5 local government areas, which involve 12 registration areas and 19 polling units.
Total number, okay.
The registered voters, there is 16472. PVC collected 14875. The reason for cancellation of our voting.
Okay, party agents, any comments? Any observations? Okay, Rec and Scope, please step forward.
Plateau State results just coming in for the presidential elections, with Labour Party winning with 466,272 votes, with the APC coming second with 307,195 votes. The PDP came in with 243,808 votes. Nigeria decides live from Abuja, the Collation Center.
Next is Bayelsa State. Bayelsa. Rec Bielsa, introduce yourself, followed by the scope.
I'm Dr. Emmanuel Alexat Rec Bielsa.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Professor Lilian Imwetinya Salami, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Benin City. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of the 25th February 2023 in Bayelsa State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Bayelsa State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 1056862. Total numbers of accredited voters, 177,368. Total numbers of votes received by the presidential candidates of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 156. Party AA, 22. Party AAC, 56. Party ADC, 589. Party ADP, 152. Party APC, 42572. Party APGA, ABGA, 330. Party APM, 130. Party APP, 96. Party BP, 116. Party LP, 49975. Party NNPP, 540. Party NRM, 125. Party PDP, 68818. Party PRP, 65. Party SDP, 689. Party YPP, 16.
And this is where we'll be dropping the curtain on this segment of the Arise continuous coverage of the 2023 Presidential and National Assembly elections. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, the coverage continues. I'm Temi Tokwe Fagbemi.
And I am Aaron Akirojala. Thanks for staying with us.
And I'm Hawa Mukan. Thank you, of course, for staying with us, and goodbye.
do it.
Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in.
You're still tuned to SSM News Echoes Election 2023. This is the Situation Room, and we'll be following our partner network, INEC headquarters in Abuja. We will take a break. The counting is still going on, but we want to take a break, few minutes. We'll reconvene in the next 45 minutes. So please, viewers, your comments are still coming in, but let's take a break and come back to give the concluding part. If INEC will give us all of the results today, we think it's ideal they do that. This election has stretched too long. Elections result don't linger this long, but this is what they've done. We are on our fourth day now, and we are yet to get all of the 36 states results. But on this note, we want you to please reconvene with us by 6:50 Nigerian time, 6 p.m., 10 minutes to 7 Nigerian time. Thank you for staying tuned. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you for following up. This is that time when we need to stand strong. It's our country, and we will not let anybody. We have the vote. We are the people. We are the ones that determine who leads us. So stay strong and don't get shuddered by any of these situations. Things will obviously improve as time goes on. So on that note, we say have a beautiful evening till we come again. Thank you.